We don't get much audio, to be honest. We like, because there's so much noise and it's wind, usually only hear wind. So we generally don't really use much sound. It's very soft. Sometimes if you do hear like the engine noises, like the commentator is loud and the background is soft. Next time I'll bring you guys a mic. I'll do something. They're actually concerned about
A big welcome to everybody here from East London Grand Prix circuit in the magnificent town of East London in South Africa on the East Coast. And we have got some incredible Extreme Festival action touted for today. Starting things out with our two-wheel brigade, arguably the biggest and the premier category in South African motorsport in terms of the two-wheeled action that is provided on any circuits around the country. It's the Sunbed ZX10R Masters Cup making their way out onto the circuit for their first race, a 12-lapper here at the East London Grand Prix circuit. And we managed to catch up with a couple of the riders yesterday to find out what their plans are for today's action.
Flying around the East London Grand Prix circuit, but you missed out on PE. How's that affected your championship?
Yeah, we knew going in I was fairly secure in terms of, I think I was about 70 or so points in the lead, which meant no matter what we were going to come out with the lead. But I think I'm still a good 30 somewhat points in the lead, so it's okay for now. But yeah, we need to start working on extending that again. But yeah, my bike, you know, Steve Cannon, the King Price Extreme team, as always, do an incredible job. So we arrived here yesterday for a little bit of practice, catch back up, and to be honest, yeah, we were on pace virtually from lap 3. So yeah, flick some new tyres in now and get cracking with the proper job.
Damien, you missed a couple of rounds, so championship pretty much out the window, but enjoying East London?
Yeah, definitely enjoying East London. It's the first time here on a ZX10, and it's quite a struggle. I was last year on a BMW S1000, and it's a bike that I've been riding for like 5 years or so. And yeah, so on a ZX10 it's a different animal. So we're busy with gearing, busy with setup. It's taken me a while. I am struggling a bit. I think I just managed to get P3 in this session now. The wind was really hectic. It literally blew us all right out of rifles. So whoever held the throttle on there, well done. So yeah, we'll see what we can do tomorrow. Hopefully we can get a P2 or P3. Big thanks to my buddy AJ for giving me a bit of a tow there in that last one, because yeah, he could see I had like sour apple faces, you know. But all good. We'll see where we can go with it, and yeah, just gonna have fun.
So ZX10R Masters Cup that are on the grid at the moment for their first race of the day, and incredible to see how things kind of turned around yesterday after qualifying. It was, of course, as always with the ZX10R Masters Cup, qualifying is over the 2 days of racing. So basically, starting things out yesterday with 3 sessions, and then moving into the final session this morning, which sees, as you can see there, Kinsella on pole position. So he'll basically start things out alongside Alan John Fenter, back from international duties now, of course, at the Isle of Man and at the Northwest 200. Great to have him here alongside his kind of stablemate for the weekend, helping each other out there. Of course, Alan John Fenter and Damien Purificati, 2 of them having to work together to try and see what they can do to be at the front end, try and keep Clint a little bit honest for today. That's the plan. Not always easy to do on that King Price Kawasaki of his. It's a very quick machine, and certainly a machine that knows its way around this circuit very well in the hands of Kinsella. So they'll be lining up on that front road. Looking at the way things line up on the second road, it's good to see the return of Peter de Vos. He's there in the middle of the second road. Graham Van Bedard just ahead of him in terms of the qualifying. Good to see James Barson with a fantastic qualifying as well. He's made his way up onto the first position on the third row of that grid. So as they come to take up their positions now for the warm-up lap, remember they get one more additional lap to try and get some heat into the Dunlop rubber that the Bridgestone rubber, I beg your pardon, the Bridgestone rubber that they run. Everybody else is on Dunlops here this weekend. So just apologies on that one. Bridgestone rubber for the ZX10R Masters Cup, making their way down now into the infamous Potter's Pass. And that's kind of what we'd like to see at the start of the race in about a lap's time, is everybody going through Potters and everybody getting through there safely, because that is a really, really tricky corner to do on cold tyres. That is for sure. So as they line up, let's have a quick squiz as they head down towards Copacabana first of all before they line up. As I said, Hein McMahon, not quite sure if he's got his bike sorted out and got back into the second row of the grid, because he had some problems yesterday where he had a big crash and I don't think he's been cleared to ride. So that's why everybody's moved up a position. Peter de Vos into 5th place. Byron Rothkoll has gone into 6th. James Barson into 7th, which then moves Johan Leroux up into 8th. 9th place will be Dieter Hazeman, Dave Varinga. Then Travis Nordia, Dieter Hazeman, and Aubrey Marais will be 11, 12, and 13. And then, of course, the Jacques Cruz, Raymond Creel, and Perron Parasimon, who will be at the back of the field for this first heat of Sunbet ZX10R Masters Cup. Always an awesome circuit to watch motorcycle racing at. It definitely brings out the best racing usually for the year, because of the nature of the track. It's built for high speed, and of course these ZX10s will get close to the 280k an hour mark just before they climb on the brakes for Copacabana. So certainly the fastest machines here in terms of top end. But they will be very closely matched by the extreme supercars and possibly by the single-seaters as well, depending on how the wind blows. We've already seen some really impressive lap times, because of 122 coming in here from AJ Fenter this morning in the 4th qualifying session. Saw him at the top of the sheets, but of course with the overall qualifying, it's Kinsella on the King Price Kawasaki who's out front. James Barson on the Steel Monkey and Pro-Proof machine is there, as I said, on the 3rd row of the grid. He's the first bike on that 3rd row. And then we watch out as well for Graham Van Bedart, tucked in behind the number 11 bike of Sella. So the number 1 man, who is the champion from last year, a little bit more competition this year. See a couple of the Cape Town riders have not made it here for East London's round. And a flag up as well, so it looks like there must be some kind of an issue out on the circuit. Just waiting for our COC to clear the grid. Looks like there might be a problem actually on the grid with one of those bikes further down. Possibly, is that maybe Aubrey? No, it's not Aubrey Marais. Just to get the way things have gone there. I'm not sure which bike had the problem, but it seems they've got it sorted. So COC now just giving a heads up that they can get into start procedures. You'll hear the revs pick it up now. So we go from the red flag to the lollipop, and also the new set of lights, remember, that have been set up here as well. So from the lollipop it goes to 5 second. That little 5 second will pop up, and you'll see the lights there just on the right hand side, just left of that MSA flag, the Motorsport South Africa flag flying high there. And there it is, 5 second board is up, lights are on, and we're racing. Good start from AJ, good start from Graham Van Bedart as well, but it is Sella who looks like he's got off the line rapidly, heading down towards turn 1. Alan John Fenter around his outside and tucks in just behind the man from King Price. Then you got Van Bedart up into 3rd place, Peter de Vos into 6th place, tucked in behind. Bit of a poor start there from Damien Purificardi, but he's made up some ground now as they head towards Rifle for the first time. They go through Rifle Range Bend and now down towards on the brakes for Copacabana. Hard braking and of course still cold tyres. They're not quite up to race temperature just yet, but they'll be there pretty soon. James Barson also dropped back quite dramatically. You can see he's tucked in behind the Juggernaut. That's Big Dave Varinga. A couple of Egyptian geese go flying there, moving off the track to stay out of harm's way as our riders make their way down towards Gate Corner for the first time. They'll flick it through the S's. It's a left-right flick, and of course as they come through there, it's onto the left-hand side as well, through the kart circuit, through the old Supermoto chicane there of the kart circuit as well. Come through and start to set things up here for the first lap of 12 to be completed. As they cross the line, of course, we'll also get confirmation of exactly where they stand, but it is, at this point, Sella from Alan John Fenter. Nice run here from him on the Vine Productions bike. That Kawasaki hasn't been ridden since Cape Town, so Of course, with him being on international duties, not only at the Isle of Man and Northwest 200, but he also had to go and do some duties as a spannerman and mechanic to one of our riders that are involved in the Spanish Championship and the Rookie Cup. So he's also been in and out of the country all through the beginning of the year. Hasn't had a chance to really come back to get into full race mode on his Kawasaki, but he seems to be just hanging on to the tail pieces there of Clincella, which is good to see. Nice move here from Damien Purificardi as well there for third. Closed things down pretty rapidly. Sixth place battle up for grabs, as you can see there. James Barson, Johan LaRue, JLR. Just behind him is Varinga, and Varinga's got some maneuvering coming from Travis Nordier. I think it was actually Travis Nordier on the yellow bike, yes it was, who was on the grid that had a bit of an issue, but he seems to have sorted that out. Nordier's always been quick here. He's actually taken some victories away from Graham Van Bredal only a couple of seasons ago, so he'll know his way around this track really well, the local man. Some man also from Missing, of course, speaking of Eastern Coast local men. He's here today, he's at the track, but unfortunately not on the circuit racing, so we'll have to wait and see by the time we get down to Cape Town whether the arch rival last year of Graham Van Bredal, Jason Lamb, will make his comeback. We'll also possibly see the return of Dave Esman and Trevor Westman, the two Cape Town riders I mentioned earlier that hadn't made it down here for this weekend. But of course we go from here to, I think it's to Kyalami first for the next round. Yeah, they've got a round at the Festival of Motoring in Red Square and Sunbed ZX Masters Cup. And then they go to Cape Town for the penultimate round of the Extreme Festival, and then they've got the final round, of course, coming at Swartkops as well. So things starting to even out a little bit here. Peter de Vos all on his own. Some nice battle here just behind him though, as JLR has a big look on James Barson down into Cochabana. And Barson, of course, also a local man. I believe his mum and dad will be watching us on the live stream. They wanted to be here this weekend for the race, but their air tickets to some international holiday time didn't quite work out, so they're over in London, and I believe they could be possibly watching us here on the live stream, so big welcome to them if they are. Mr. and Mrs. B, your boy's doing a fine job there in 6th place at this point. So JLR behind him, then Travis Nordier, a little bit of a gap down to Varinga, then it's Byron Rothwell. The Magic Man is just off the pace slightly there in the top 10. He's actually dropped down one position as well. Varinga finding a way through on him as we watch Van Bredal coming out of Beacon and onto the main straightaway again. Top two moving away ever so slightly there from 3rd place, Damien Purificardi. Van Bredal, de Vos, and de Vos has actually been caught now by, is that JLR on his tail? Yes it is. Johan LaRue closing that gap down onto Peter de Vos. So nice little battle there for Class C. Remember there's A, B and C in this category as well, which we haven't mentioned just yet. And Class A, of course, are the younger riders. When I say younger, 35 and over. 45 and over for Class B, 55 and over for Class C. And that's how they work things out. Nice move there from JLR into Cochabana. And the John Gonjosi Kawasaki is demoted down one place. Remember Peter de Vos coming back from a couple of injuries and also a bit of time off. So might still be a little bit rusty in terms of his race pace. He looked pretty good so far throughout the weekend, staying in that top 5 in all 4 of the qualifying sessions. So he certainly knows what to do on a motorcycle, and of course is one of the stalwarts of this category. He's one of the longest standing members of this club that runs this club category as well, so certainly knows how things have gone from the past and into where we are today with this class. As I said, arguably South Africa's premier motorcycle racing category on track at the moment, on the premier Festival of Motoring as well. And when I say festival, it's the Extreme Festival of Motoring you're talking about as well, and it's the Extreme Festival of Motorsport that has made its way back down here to East London. A very, very motorsport hungry crowd are in the house. You can see there on the banking, a couple of cars there on the main straightaway. But as we go through Potter's Pass and into Rifle, have a look on the left-hand side of the next shot, and just have a look and see how many people are already packed up on the left-hand side watching all of the race action unfold as the riders come down. There you can see them on the right-hand side, and just above the shot we're in now as they come through Rifle. There are a huge amount of people down in the complex as well by the kart circuit. You can just see it from this long shot we've got here from our control tower. All the cars parked on the sideline, and of course the gazebo's already up, the briars are going. it's going to be a really festival day today in terms of Extreme Festival and what we provide. There you can see them also up on top banking there. Incredible to see how many people are here today. And now heading into the next lap to be completed. We've completed 4 of the 12, so the first third of the race is done. And now coming up to complete lap 5. No changes in the top 2. They're currently just lapping in the 121s. A 120 there from Silla, so he's up the pace ever so slightly there on the last lap. And AJ's just rolled out slightly, so he's gone down to a 122.0. So it looks like AJ's happy to sit in second place. Remember, he's not really involved in the championship, so doesn't really have to give Clint too much of a run for his money. And he's also testing out some new wheels that he's got. And he had one set of new Bridgestones there, which he can have some fun at. Also looking down at Rifle Range as they head towards Rifle now. Of course, my brother from another mother down there is Jody Ihlenfeldt. Absolutely loving life with the whole family, I'm sure, seeing the action unfold in front of him for the first race of the day here on the two-wheel brigade. I know there's people all around the track as well, and we'll be sending messages throughout the day, and hopefully you're all jumping on to the live stream. If you do want to pick up on the live PA commentary as well, of course it's 100.3, and Brendan Kelly, Mr. Motormouth himself, is on the microphone for the PA today. So if you are around the circuit and you want to pick up, if you're not watching all the time on your smart devices, you can pick it up on your car radios as well, and pick up on that action. A little bit of action at the back here. Oh, this is nice to see. Great to see a bit of action right at the back of the pack there. And with that, it's Raymond Keel. He's fighting there with Jacques Cruz. Keel also a long-standing member of the ZX10 brigade. And certainly one man who's been around for a long, long time. Maybe not as long as Peter, but certainly not too far off how far back this championship goes. Kawasaki ZX10 R Masters Cup in full flight now. Channel R up to 5th place overall. The oldest man on the track up to 5th, and ahead of his arch rival there in Class C. Van Bredar looking at Purificati, having a possible squiz down into Cocobana. Not quite there just yet though. Maybe he wants to hang on for a little bit longer. He's happy with the pace maybe. With that pace, of course, Graham Van Bredar is going to try and close the gap down to Alan John Fenton. I'm not quite sure Fenton's going to stay out there all the time. He's not, as I said, not really involved in the championship, but a second place at East London is always a nice trophy to get. First place is the better one. But AJ, of course, loves this track. And it is fantastic to have the man who, of course, did such an amazing job on the Isle of Man this year for his team, both internationally and his local team, Lacquer Racing, as well. So out there on that Vine Productions Lacquer Racing ZX10R. Fight is on here between actually Perron Parasman. It's actually Perron Parasman who's fighting there with Raymond Keel. So the two of them side by side as they head down towards Butts Bend. The old gate corner as they go into it. Rifle Bend. A little bit closer now from Van Bredar. Maybe he wants to have a look here at Purificati into the closing stages. We've got about a third of the race still to go when they finish this next lap. So it'll be 8 of 12 completed. Looks like that long shot down the beach straight away. Watch how fast these ZX10s come along. As I said, beginning of the race, the top end speeds of the ZX10s will probably be the highest of the day. But their lap times, of course, are a little down in terms of what the supercars are doing. We've seen lap records already broken by Stuart White, and hopefully going to see that in their actual race, because then it'll be a new lap record set here for the circuit. If Stuart White can do it in his Into Africa Mining Lamborghini Huracan. Dancella is trying to maybe get a lap record in here for ZX10s. He's possibly on for that. got a bit of a love-hate relationship with this circuit, having won it on a few occasions here during his national superbike career, and of course when Super GP was in its full flight too, he had a couple of victories there on other machinery. Incredibly, coming up on the back end of Perron Parasimon and Raymond Keel. Looks like James Barson's had a little bit of an issue there, so maybe I gave him the commentator's curse. He's had to pull into pit lane. So Barson and Cruz out of this one as Keel and Parasimon come up towards Beacon under attack from our leader. Perron might get a bit of a fright there. Well, it's actually quite nice that Sella rolled out of that. He realized Perron hadn't seen him as he turned in, so he just gave him a little bit of room. But he'll just pass him down the main straightaway now, and Perron will now get to see exactly what a ZX10 can do down into Potters. I think Raymond Keel also just got a big wake-up as he sees how fast Sella goes through there. Take nothing away from what Perron and Raymond Keel are doing. They flat out through there as well in their own right. But when you see someone like Clint Sella or AJ come past you, particularly in a corner like Potters or Rifle, then you realize why they are in the area that they are in terms of their careers on motorcycles, and why you are where you are as Raymond Keel and Perron Parasimon. As I said, taking nothing away from those two riders. They are really exceptionally good riders. To be in this category, you have to be. But watching the top guys come past you on a few occasions, I've done it myself, where you see them come past and you think, wow, I thought I was going, but clearly not. Anyway, here we go. This is Nordia. He's now made his way up just ahead of Johan Leroux. So nice move there from Trav. Up into the top 5 overall. Local man. Oh, a little squirrel there from the back end of Peter de Vos. A little squiggly back end tyre there coming out of Cocobana onto the beach straight. So that John Don Josie Silver Dream Racer is now down in 7th place, but he's got Leroux ahead of him. So that's his arch rival. That's the battle he has to try and win. If he can just win that one out, that's Class C's honours up for grabs. Heading up towards Beacon Corner now. They go through a big right-hand sweep. And as they get to the top there, it looks like Leroux's going to come. Yeah, he's going to come back at Trav and gets through into Beacon Corner. Goes a little bit hot there and had a little bit of a squiggle as well from his back end as he came under braking for Beacon, but he hangs on and crosses the line back up into the top 5. So JLR with 2 laps to go. Travis Nordia are going to try and close him down. Look at the gap though. That's 5th place that's just crossed the line, and the leader's already into the complex. Going through Cox Corner and now through the sweep. Sella well on his way and pretty comfortable at this stage. He's down to the 22.5s, but Alan Johns also rolled out down into the 24.4s for second. So I don't think there's any issues there for those two riders. They're going to just try and get all the way home, get home safely. Motorcycles upright. Sella looking over his shoulder down the hill. It's quite nice as you come through there. You get a chance to sort of see where your rival might be, and he could see that AJ was right at the bottom of the hill, so he's not too concerned. AJ moving across. Reason being he's going to try and cut out the wind effect that is happening at the moment. You can see the wind blowing across the track. Yesterday it was blowing literally right down the main straightaway into Potter's Pass. So on the bikes and on a couple of the car categories, you had to get on the brakes a little earlier because of the additional power of the wind behind you. But Sella has done this to perfection once again. Evil Knievel himself, Clint Sella, heading towards Butts Bend and into the S's for the last time. AJ on the Vine and Lacquer Racing Kawasaki in second. He'll be happy with the second place, but as I said, he came here lastminute.com to come and race this weekend. He's loved life here at East London Grand Prix circuit, but it's going to be second place for him in this first outing. Maybe he'll give Clint a run, a bit more of a dice between the two of them in the second heat. Look forward to that. But if you're a King Price Kawasaki fan, The double one is about to come across the line. I think the idea of Sella running that double one at the beginning of the season is that he wants to make sure that he can peel one of those numbers off at the end of the season and just make it a single digit and number one for the championship for 2024. AJ Fenter on 39 crosses the line again for second place and wraps up heat number one of the ZX10R. Oh, a little mistake from Damien Purificardi on the last turn. It's allowed Graham Van Bredal through. GVBD will steal that every day of the week if you open up the door like that, Damien. And Damo made a small mistake across the line. Oh, that was nice. Just behind that as well. Just watching the back of the pack come through. And Perron and Dieter Hazeman side by side as they crossed the line. And it looks like it was Dieter who just hung on to beat out Perron, Parasman and Raymond Keel. I beg your pardon. Raymond Keel and Perron, not Dieter. He's a little bit further up the road. There's his teammate, the Juggernaut. That's Big Dave Varinga. On some slightly used tyres. That's the reason why he's so far down. He's decided to bank his tyres for Kyle Army. So he's going to take a little bit of a knock here in terms of his championship and the finishing up order. But if we look at the way things stand by class, if I go back to how they've finished up there, Sella, Fenta and Damien Purificardi, your top three in Class A with Travis Nordia, Byron Rothquell and Perron Parasman down in sixth place. Van Bredal would have wrapped up Class B, although he still came through for third overall, beating out Dave Varinga and Aubrey Marais. So actually not too bad if Dave's finished up in second place ahead of Aubrey and Dieter. So he has been able to secure himself a couple of points, even though he's on those used tyres. And then there's JLR, who beats out Peter De Vos and Raymond Keel for the top three. So there we go, giving a shout out there to the Liqui Moly crew, one of his sponsors, of course, here this weekend. Great to see them supporting on the sideline as well, and of course supporting a couple of other riders and cars on various forms of motorsport out there as the Liqui Moly brand, but particularly here because Evil Knievel himself is in the house and he's taken the first victory of the day. So that wraps up our ZX10R Masters Cup action for the first part of the day's proceedings. We've got another one a little bit later on here today. Just going to have a quick squiz and see if anybody else has jumped on. No, we just got a couple of guys that have thrown out a few comments there. And if you are wanting to comment on any of the live stream feeds, just drop us a note there and tell us that you're enjoying it. Please also like and share this post as far as possible onto the various platforms that you might have. We do appreciate the support. And so do all the riders and sponsors behind the Extreme Festival of Motorsport here at the East London Grand Prix Circuit. So, Paulie, I'm wondering if you can just pop up a shot of the day's program so we can run through that and people can just see exactly where we are. So that's the first one done. 12 laps of ZX10R Masters Cup, courtesy of Sunbet and Red Square. It's Investchem Formula 1600s. We're a 10-lapper there up. After that is Extreme Supercars driven by Dunlop. We've got Astron Energy Polo Cup. We've got the Gazoo Racing SA Cup, SA Touring Cars, including the SA Touring Car Super Cup category. Then we've got a little bit of a lunch break at about 1:30. That'll probably be cut back slightly because of the late start. ZX10s, once again, Extreme Supercars, Formula 1600s, Astron Energy Polo Cup. We've got Touring Cars and Super Cup, and we wrap things up with the second heat of Gazoo Racing SA Cup. So that's the action that's expected. And we'll be back shortly as soon as cars are back on track for Investchem Formula 1600s.
lot more fuel, weight.
So it's just overtaking Toyota, and it's cheaper.
It is cheaper, and the comfort and the technology is way more.
Yeah, I remember it runs cheaper.
So we got Formula 1600s rolling out onto the track for their first heat of racing, led out by the Juggernaut from this category. That's the Jaggernaut, I should say, of Jagger Robertson. But we managed to catch up with a couple of the contenders yesterday in this category to see what they've got in store for us here today at the Extreme Festival at East London Grand Prix Circuit.
It's great to be here in East London. Always an exciting race weekend. It's been a tricky start to the weekend. Feel like we need to find some time, especially in the braking zones. That seems to be where we're missing out a little bit at the moment. So we're having a look at the car, seeing if we can make a few changes, and hopefully we can move up the grid tomorrow.
Shinadi, it's the fast East London track. How's it going for you?
Well, we started off today a bit off, but the last couple of sessions we made some setup changes and we've sort of found our pace. So a couple more changes before the qualifying tomorrow, and hopefully we'll be there.
So I see Pops is in the house as well. Big welcome there, big guy. Hope you can enjoy all the action with us and catching us all the way from Randburg. Got a couple of guys already joined us from Australia and New Zealand. They woke up early this morning. Probably unhappy to hear the news that as much as all the Irish supporters also heard that Ireland and New Zealand are out of the rugby sevens for the Olympics after a little bit of a nightmare finish to the quarterfinals. But anyway, let's worry about that later on and see what happens, and good luck to the 4 teams fighting it out there, foreigners in that little bit of fun and games. We also got, of course, swimmers in the pool this morning. Good luck to all our South African team. It was pretty impressive to see such a nice array of athletes going to represent South Africa at the Olympics. But representing their teams here today is the Jaggernaut, Jagger Robertson in the Liqui Sparco and Pretoria North Toyota sponsored Formula 1600. Right behind him is Africa Heating's Casey Ensor-Smith. Double win the last time out there for Ensor-Smith, so it's up to Jagger to come back now and try and redeem a couple of points back. Siyabonga Monkonkwana with a phenomenal qualifying there in third place ahead of Alex Voss. The two Investchem teammates side by side. And then Shrin Naidu, who we just chatted to there for Production X, is up in a fifth place alongside the Huawei car of Michael Besaidnote. Apologies there to the Besaidnote family, of course, for getting that all wrong. But we've got it all right now. Michael Besaidnote there in sixth place ahead of Storm Lanphier. And at the back of the pack, Renzo Ribeiro for Metal U Spares and the AT&T Tires machine. So coming to the line. Nice to see that as well. How's that, hey? So that is Jason Newsmore, championship leader in the Polo Cup, coming up to have a quick chat there and a final high five for his good friend Jagger Robertson. That's always nice to see. They do a lot of work together, both of them. Of course, Jason's doing an incredible amount of work over this season, not only in Polo Cup leading the championship, but also in the form of oval track racing all around the country. He's got a big event coming up in a couple of weeks' time where he'll be representing South Africa at an international event. So wishing him all the very best. Now just standing by as we get into the final stages here of clearing the grid. That's our very own Dave Peterson doing some work there for the post-production show. The shots we need for that. So DP's going to have to do a little bit of a jog to get into the gate. And we are now under starters' orders. Looks like Ronnie's Motors are helping us out as well there from the Mercedes-Benz brand. Great to have them here as our safety car and pace car providers. Also helping yours truly out with Suzuki Ignis this weekend too. Under starters' orders. Who's going to have what it takes off the line? Those lights go out. And it's time to go down towards the infamous Potter's Pass for the first time in a single-seater. As they head down there for the first time, is it Jagger Robertson who's got the drop on the pack as they head down there for the first time? It looks like it is. But right on his tail is Siyabonga Monkonkwana. And around the outside of Potters. Wow, that's a big move early on cold tyres from Casey Ensor-Smith. Alex Voss also followed him around the outside there as well. And the two of them are going to go side by side with Monkonkwana and Robertson, respectively, as they go through Rifle. They come under braking now for Kokobana. Casey's on the outside line. Might have to give that one up because it's an off-camber corner. And that camber catches you out. You've got to tuck in behind, which is exactly what Casey's done. But Sia Monkonkwana has hung on for third place at the moment. But he is literally wheel to wheel and side by side with Alex Voss heading up into Butts Bend. Inside line from Casey Smith. Does he make it stick? He tries to. Oh, he puts Jagger on the dirt. Jagger gets it out of shape there and gets up onto the dirt right in front of the Liquimoli sponsors. His team are going to be seeing him fighting hard here today. Alex Voss dropped back slightly, as you can see there. A little moment coming out. I think of, was it Alex, or was it further back in the pack? I think it might have been further back in the pack. There's Storm Lanfear actually that I was picking up on there. But here they come up to the top. No, it was Alex. It's definitely Alex Voss who's dropped back, because that is now moving through the field rapidly. Karaba Malamela. So some chopping and changing through this pack on this first lap. Incredibly, and a big move there from Casey Smith that put Jagger's car into the dirt. I wonder if there's some damage there on Jagger's car, because it seems to have dropped back pretty rapidly to the back of the pack there, and now under pressure from Monkonkwana. And they come, Michael Poseidon putting the pressure on to Monkonkwana. Then further back from that, it's Storm Lanfear, Shrin Naidu, and into the mix as well. By the looks of things, Renzo Ribeiro has made his way up slightly. So Alex Voss might have had some kind of issue there, or must have some kind of issue, because he's dropped almost to the back of the pack. Something hasn't quite gone according to plan there. Jagger's going to try and come back here at Casey and Smith, return the favour as they come back into the complex. Attack on Renzo Ribeiro that Alex Voss is doing right now as they come through there. Now heading to the top of the hill and onto the brakes, looking for a way past. Malamela on the move and looking for a way through on his fellow Investchem and teammate Siabonga Monkonkwana. Looks like Michael Poseidon also in that back hunt pack at the moment, and side by side they go through and across the line. Looks like Alex Voss has got through and he's made his way ahead now of Renzo. And Michael Poseidon just behind that as well. So a three-way fight there for 7th, 8th and 9th place on track as the top four are starting to get away. Watching the lap times, Jagger Robertson 26.1, 26.8 out of Casey and Smith. So Jagger definitely closing that gap down. It was 0.9 over the line. It's definitely come down to about half a second onto the beat straight. Malamela putting a wheel on the dirt coming out of Kokobana. Voss now trying to close that gap down. And he's trying to find Storm Lanfear and Shrin Naidu just up the road from him. Jagger late on the brakes into Butts. And as they come through the S's, that's where things possibly might just bring him a bit closer. Flying that flag high for Liquimoli as he goes past the Liquimoli side of things. I mentioned the fact that they were there supporting. And certainly they're going to be shouting hard there for Jagger Robertson for him to close that gap down on the leader, Casey Ensel Smith, in the Africa heating car. Oh, listen to the late braking there from those cars, putting the tyres and the brakes under huge stress into Beacon Corner. I mean, once again clipping some dirt. I'm not doing that too much. Especially the Those tyres need to stay as clean as possible. They can't afford to have any form of rubble on them as they head into the battle zone. You can see how the gaps have opened up there. Equidistant for the first four. A bit further back there for Shrin. But then kind of equidistant there between Shrin, Naidu, Storm Lanfear and Voss. And then it's the two youngsters, Renzo Ribeiro, Michael Poseidon at the back of the pack fighting hard. Metal U Spares versus Huawei at the back as they come through Rifle. Watching Alex Voss close down now on the back end of Lanfear. Storm will be watching those rearview mirrors, just making sure that there's no attempt to get through on him. Watching the laps again there in terms of lap times, 26.2 out of both Ensel Smith and Jagger. So Casey and Jagger upping the pace slightly there on the last pass. And Casey realised Possibly got a board out saying, listen, Jagger's coming, you need to turn the wick up. And he's answered. He's answered big time. So Casey now trying to hang on to the lead of this championship that he was gifted with a DNF at the last round. And had some problems down at Aldous Grabanti with the gearbox. And Jagger Robertson had to miss the first heat. So he's now going to try and return the favour on Casey Ensor-Smith, but doesn't look like he's got an answer. Casey is absolutely flying here at East London. Foster's definitely closed the gap down. As you can see, they're pretty much onto the gearbox of Storm Lanphier and may be able to use the slipstream down to Rifle. Will he try going through Rifle? He's going to try. Yes, he is. He's going to hang on to that inside line. Oh, he puts a wheel on the dirt. Yo, that's hectic. 220 odd k's an hour there in the single seat. He puts a wheel on the dirt through Rifle range, the fastest part of the track, and nearly gets it a little loose. Storm gave him a bit of room, fortunately, because otherwise it would have been a problem. In the background, no problems. Looks like that's Michael Besaidenote spinning out. No, it's not. It's Renzo. It's Renzo who spun out with a bit of pressure coming from Michael Besaidenote. So the Auto Truck and Tyre Man and Metal Use Spares car has spun out at Kokomani. Does he get it fired up? That's what we have to watch out for as well. If he doesn't, there's a possibility of safety car. That'll just concertina this field up nicely for the last couple of laps of this 10-lapper. We're about to get to the halfway stage, and it doesn't look like Jagger's got an answer here to Ensor-Smith's pace. And if he's not careful, both Monkankwana and Malamela could close him down. Has he got it going? Yes, he has. Renzo into reverse. Trying to get the car back onto the circuit, trying to find first gear. Is there maybe a gearbox issue there on that car? He's got it fired up. The leaders are heading down towards him now. He's going to have to get going quickly. There'll be yellow flags to warn the cars that there is a driver possibly in harm's way. We'll have to wait and see if he's got going again. Looks like he has. We'll wait and see now as the leader comes under braking for Kokobana Corner. Looks like he's just been able to get out of harm's way. Yes, he has. So there we go. Heading up into Butts is Renzo Ribeiro, but the leader's on the beat straight. And there you can see the gap. It's Jagger from Monkankwana. Jagger once again, last pass 26.8. 26.2 out of Ensor-Smith. So he's maintaining the 26.2s pretty consistently. He did a 26.200 as his fastest lap. He's just done a 26.201. How much more consistent do you want to be than that? Casey Ensor-Smith just in a class of his own here today by the looks of it. Fastest we've seen out of Jagger has been a 26.165, but his last pass was an 8.95, so he's way off what his potential is in terms of that race car that he's got underneath him. Six down, 4 to go. First 4 literally evenly matched, but here comes a bit of a charge from Foss. Foss looking to try go maybe around the outside of Srin Naidu into Potters. In fact, he gets him before Potters, so gets it done with the slipstream effect down that main straightaway. And secures 5th place, taking it away now from Naidu. Srin Naidu going to try and come back at him. And then now Storm Lanphier being left just behind ever so slightly. Michael Besaidenote, unfortunately, all on his own some now with the demise of Renzo Ribeiro in the Metal Use Spares and AT&T car. So he's unfortunately spun out and dropped right back. In fact, he's now possibly going to be caught by the leaders. So it's Ensor-Smith, Robertson, all Monkankwana sliding out of the second S before they go into Cox Corner. They come. You can see just in the foreground of that shot was Renzo Ribeiro. I don't think Renzo's got the same pace as what these guys are doing. He's doing 28s at the moment. 29s, in fact, there for Renzo. So he knows there's a very good possibility that he's going to be caught by these guys. 27.002 now for Ensel Smith, but as they cross the line, that gets changed slightly down to a 26.121, 26.273. So with 3 laps to go, it looks like Jaggers decided to have another go at it. Jaggers closed the gap down to almost a second. So Robertson is not going to give this up without a fight. Fights on for 1 and 2, 3 and 4 also in a bit of a battle of their own. Haven't really mentioned much of it, but Malamela seems to have closed that gap down slightly there, and he was able to do a 26.320 as opposed to the 26.593 that Monkonkwana was doing on the last pass. So on that last lap, it looks like Malamela has closed the gap down slightly there on Siabonga Monkonkwana. So maybe see her back a little bit there. Some worn tyres starting to slip and slide. Oh, and as I say, that Malamela has the same and similar manoeuvre coming out of Cox Corner. I wonder if Renzo's going to help his cousin out here. We'll have to wait and see. Family members on track are always a nice thing to have, but of course they know the fight is on between these two. If he's in the... Oh, Malamela's off track. There goes his chances. So it's 8 down and 2 to go. Malamela sliding off the circuit coming out of Beacon. And that'll drop him too far, I think, from trying to get onto the podium now. You'll have to be wary, though, because Alex Foss is carrying great speed down the main straight, but the gap seems to be okay, though. Didn't lose too much ground there to Alex Foss in 5th. Jagger once again has got it down to a 2nd now. So he's taken another 10th back from Casey Ensel Smith. I think Casey could be controlling it. He's doing 26.2s, the same times as what Jagger's doing. So if you're doing the same times, it means that you're not going to be able to close that gap down. You've got to go quicker. But now with Renzo in the way, this might help out, I should say. Jagger Robertson in 3rd. 3rd in the road, but 2nd, of course, in the race. The shots that we're seeing right now. Monkonkwana, Malamela. It's kind of petered up now with the mistake that Malamela made coming out of Beacon Corner on the last lap. They're heading back up there now. They're closing down on Renzo. Renzo, realizing they're coming, doesn't really want to be lapped, so he's going to try and avoid being lapped and keep the pace on. Jagger's probably saying to him, no, listen, just slow down. I need you to help me out here a little bit. So that's 9 down, final lap time. Is this going to be a case of Renzo Ribeiro possibly getting in the way here of Casey Ensel Smith? And are we going to see maybe a chance for Jagger to come back to take the lead? Around a rifle down towards Cochabana. Jagger's got to be closer than that if he wants to try and make a move. If Casey Ensel Smith is held up slightly here by Renzo Ribeiro. Renzo sees him coming. Oh, it's nicely done. Well done, Renz. Just gets completely out the way, realizing that the fight for the lead is coming through. He was not going to get involved in that at all. That's actually great to see. Great bit of driving there from Renzo, just staying out of harm's way, saying, right, you boys are fighting for a championship. Get on with it. So it looks like Casey, with that, is going to be able to hang on. Despite doing a 26.5 on his last lap and a 26.3 coming out of Jagger. It's just too little too late, though, I think. From Jagger Robertson's point of view, he's going to have to try and stay ahead of Casey Ensel Smith in race 2 later on if he wants to possibly draw back some points here on that young man. So as he comes up onto the braking point and exits Beacon for the last time in race 1 for Africa Heating in the Investchem Formula 1600s, the checkered flag is out, and it comes out for Casey Ensel Smith to take the first win ahead of Jagger Robertson. Renzo comes through there to complete the race, but it's Siabonga Monkonkwana who will hang on for 3rd. And Karaba Malamela beats up Alex Foss, who's still under a bit of pressure. Across the line there from Shrin Naidu for 5 and 6. 7th place will be Storm Lanfear. And then, of course, as they come through there, it'll be Michael Besaidenote in the Huawei car who will wrap things up in terms of drivers on the same lap as the leaders. Renzo Ribeiro will be behind him, a lap down, remember, after spinning out down at Cochabana. So that is Formula 1600s in the bag. It's Casey Ensel Smith, Jagger Robertson, Siabonga Monkonkwana, Karaba Malamela from Alex Foss, Shrin Naidu, Storm Lanfear, Michael Besaidenote, and Renzo Ribeiro making up your top 10. Up next, of course, we're heading into the next part of the day's proceedings. And it's always good to see the race action provided here at the East London Grand Prix circuit. And we're expecting a big battle with the Extreme Supercars driven by Dunlop coming up next.
Right, the crossing has been closed. The safety car and pace car out on the circuit. Just going ahead with the fourth clearance before.
So with cars making their way onto the circuit now, we've got Extreme Supercars driven by Dunlop up next. And we also caught up with a couple of those contenders. And a new man, well, not a new man, man who's been around for a while, but in a new car. Charles Oranges takes us through what his plans are for his new Porsche in the Extreme Supercars.
You had a great run at Aldo Scribanti. How's it going here in East London?
Yeah, no, Aldo Scribanti was awesome. I mean, it was a little bit unexpected, but just a fantastic weekend. And if I could go back there tomorrow, I would, you know. Our weekend's going really good so far. We've had 2 sessions and cars feeling good, cars feeling really strong. Really looking forward to it tomorrow.
So Randy's in a Porsche, no less, this weekend. Tell us a little bit about this car.
Yeah, look, Dave, we just brought this car in. It's a Porsche GT3 Cup MR SP Pro, I think. That's the whole name. It's a base of a Porsche GT3 Cup, and then Manthey Racing. I mean, everyone knows Manthey Racing in the racing fraternity. Built this car to compete against GT3 cars. So it's a Cup base, and but yeah, the car should be good. I'm excited. What we've seen so far this weekend is good. It's only been out once, but she looks strong. So you know, for endurance and all that type of stuff, that's why we got this car.
Yes. Thank God that iPad's far away. I can hear through my headphones. Call.
I love the interaction that's happening out on social media at the moment. It's great to see. Oh, what is going on with these cables? So we've got some big action expected here on a Lamborghini-dominated field for this weekend in the Extreme Supercars driven by Dunlop. As you can see, they come into the complex now, led out by Stuart White, who incredibly went almost into lap record pace this morning in qualifying. So certainly going to be a man to watch out for in that Africa Mining Lamborghini Huracan of his. But certainly be pushed hard, I think, by the Bobcat and Goscore car. They come through Cox Corner with the Goscore team there on the right-hand side, supporting Arnie Neveling in the Goscore Audi R8. Behind that, you've got first of the GT3 cars. That is Silvio Scribanti lining up alongside his rival in that class, and Jonathan DeToy. So the two of them will be fighting hard for GT3 honours. And then you've got Aldo Scribanti side by side with Zolile Letlaka, the second of those Inter-Africa Mining Lamborghini Huracans. And back of the pack, as we just heard now, a brand new car that Charles Laurentiis is debuting here, 911 GT3 MR Cup car. And we're now under starter's orders as those lights go out. It'll be up to Stuart White to dictate the pace down towards turn 1, Potters, for the first time in this class, to see what they can do to try and hang on and possibly be anywhere near the front end of this field. That's what the plans are. Pushing hard at the front end will be the top two. They both got into the 15s. It was a 15.111 coming out of Stuart White this morning in the qualifying session for this class. And it'll be a 15.4 from Arnie Neveling. So both of them are pretty much right up there in terms of their ability to get that race pace that's required for a lap record here. And that's what they're both going to be trying hard to do, I'm sure. But Stuart White, of course, has been a man who's done a lap record here on numerous occasions. Currently holds the outright lap record as well, which was done in the Endurance Championship a couple of seasons back before COVID, where he was piloting a LMP2 Janetta. So I don't think he'll get the outright lap record that he set that day, but he's certainly going to possibly look for a new lap record for Extreme Supercars. Under a bit of a threat there, and trying to find a way back at Solila Lozila Lalakaka, just getting ahead of Aldo Scribanti, and behind that Charles Orangis crosses the line in the Porsche. So it's literally 5 Lamborghinis, a Porsche and an Audi that are fighting hard here for honours in today's proceedings, and looking to try and get through there as rapidly as possible will be Arnie Neveling. So just waiting for timing monitor to refresh here. There it is. Let's have a look and see how they stand. 18.3 on the first pass there from Stuart White. That's from the rolling start though, so as they get into sort of lap 2 and 3, that's where we'll be looking to see what the lap times come down to, and possibilities of new lap records being set here for Supercars today by Stuart White or by Arnie Neveling. One of the two will certainly be up to the task. Towards Beacon, and the Audi trying to close that gap down slightly on the Lamborghini out front. Bobcat and Gospel sponsored Audi R8 GT3. On the back of that GT3 Evo Hurricane of Stuart White's. Where we got to in terms of lap times. First passes were 18s, we're down to the 16.2s. 16.287, 16.295. How much closer do you want it? Well, it's pretty tasty. Just that is 8 thousandths of a second between the top two cars as they cross the line, and it's 0.6 of a second in terms of the gap. So just over half a second gap there between Stuart White and Arnie Neveling for honours in Extreme Supercars. Behind that, it is the Semza machine from Scuderia Scribanti of Silvio Scribanti, hanging on for possibly the win in GT3s. And he'll be trying to stay ahead of Jonathan Dutoy. Dutoy, I think, is still leading the championship in the GT3 category. So with Silvio not getting all the rounds in the bag, he will have to try and make up ground here today. And then, of course, by the time we get to Kyle Army and Swartkops for the final 2 rounds, try and make up the ground he lost earlier on in the season with a few rounds that he didn't make it to in that Scuderia Scribanti Semza-sponsored Lamborghini. Both him and Aldo, of course, were on international business duties at the last round at their home track at Aldo Scribanti, so they weren't able to make it out for that particular race outing. But they're here this weekend, just down the road from their hometown, and flying the flag high there for the Scuderia Scribanti team. So Luna in 5th place, pulling slightly away now from Aldo. A little bit of a gap opening up between those two cars, and then a big gap down to Charles. Charles Orangi's the only Class A competitor here today. We've got A Plus and GT3 fighting for the rest of the pack. So as they come onto the beach straight away, last cars onto the beach straight as the top two head into the right-hand sweep coming out of the complex. That's the gap that's opened up now between 1st and 7th place. starting to get those laps down. 16 dead on the last pass, 15-2 from Arnie Neveling. 16-2, I beg your pardon, from Arnie Neveling. Let's see if they come down even more as they cross the line this time. Stuart White with a little bit of breathing room there over Arnie Neveling. Might have let him get a slightly better, more concentrated lap in there, but no, it didn't quite work out. 16.225 and a 16.406 from Arnold Neveling. He's now opened that gap up to a second. So Arnie hasn't really had an answer to the pace being set by Stuart White. Straight away now for those cars. Stuart White really into the sweep. Jonathan du Toit under a bit of pressure now from Zolile. Zolile closing that gap down there on du Toit. Du Toit running GT3, Sylvia running GT3. Everybody else is A+ category class. Charles at the back in the Porsche is in a Class A. He's the only Class A competitor. 16 dead this time from Stuart White. 16.071 to be precise. 16.275 from Arnold Neveling. Continuing on their way now, back up towards Beacon once again. The top two just opening up. Just a bit of breathing room there from Stuart White's point of view, down to a 1.2 second gap now to Arnie. Ariel try and close that gap down, but I don't think he's got an answer. Neveling running 16.4, 16.2s out of Stuart. So Stewie just controlling things, opening up to 1.5 second gap now for the lead. Also just watching gap in the background as well from Jonathan du Toit's point of view on Zolile. Zolile Latlaka was looking like he was closing that gap down, but then it just changed up again. Jonathan turned the wick up slightly. Into the complex there, you can see the gap I was just talking about right now. Zolile trying to get that orange and white Trans Racing Scuderia Stradale Motorsport Lamborghini. Doesn't seem to have an answer. Aldo also not able to stay with the pace that Zolile is setting, just ahead of him. Current laps out of those cars are 19.5s from du Toit, 19.5s from Zolile, and 20.9s from Aldo. Only going to see any changes there unless these guys can find something a bit quicker for the next couple of laps. In the background also picking up on that Porsche of Charles Oranges. So Scribanti Concrete and Scuderia Scribanti Lamborghini of Aldo trying to close down here on that Stradale and Trans Africa Racing Lamborghini Hurricane Evo. A little bit of a back end step out there from Jono as he just clipped the curb. So watch out for that. Can't do that too often. The car will not like that at all. Really would have seen that. Realizing that might just put him in a bit more pressure. Pressure just closing down slightly. Maybe we can see a bit of a change up between those two cars. No change for the top two though. Supercars driven by Dunlop in full flight down towards Potters. Like I said, these are the fastest lap times coming out of these cars, but very evenly matched in terms of top speeds out of these top two cars and the top ZX10R Masters Cup riders in terms of their speeds. If we had to put a trap down there at some point. Still continuing on there between those two cars though. Arnie won't give it up. He'll push it right to the checkered flag, realizing that former teammates from RKT Karting, that's where they started their careers, the two of them. Now in two separate fighting stables in terms of race cars and race teams on tracks. Exo still with no answer to the toy. Sylvia maintaining third place. Stewie's just the man to beat. 16.041. His fastest lap. Been through the S's and of course then into Cox Corner, maintaining almost a 3-second gap now. Three-quarters of the race done. Coming up into that third quarter or the fourth quarter. As they'll be completing lap 10. Also look at Stuart's lap times throughout the race, because he's literally been in those low 16s all the way through. Didn't quite crack it into the high or low 15s is where he needs to be in terms of the lap record he wanted. He did that this morning in qualifying with a 15.111. And Arnie actually got down to a 15.423 respectively as well. So these cars are capable of doing slightly quicker times than what they're doing right now. But of course you don't have to win the race doing your fastest lap. You can win it at the slowest amount of speed. Necessary is probably the best, most efficient way of winning a race. Necessarily have to be in full flight all the way through to still take that checkered flag, and in lap's time that's exactly what Stuart will be doing if he stays on track for the next couple of Ks. He gave him a little bit of a run early on, but just wasn't able to maintain the pace that Stuart was able to do in that Lambo. So it's out of Butts into Cox Corner for the last time here for Stuart White. East African African Mining Yamaha. Lamborghini is what I wanted. Pardon me. Heading up towards the top of the hill for the last time in race 1, with almost 4-second gap over his closest rival there, Arnie Neverland. So A+ will go to Stuart White. Overall will go to Stuart White. Second and A+ will be Arnie Neverland in the Goscor. And Bobcat sponsored Audi R8 out of Stradale Motorsport. It'll be Silvio Scribanti waiting for that yellow Lamborghini to come in sight. Here he comes in the Semza. And Scuderia Scribanti GT3 Evo. He'll cross the line there in the Lamborghini Huracan. For third place and third overall. He'll be first place in the GT3 class ahead of Jonathan Dutoy. He'll be our next car crossing the line ahead of Zolile Letlaka, Aldo Scribanti and Charles Arangis. Charles will take class 8, being the only car out there. Looks like in terms of the GT3 battle, it was Silvio versus Jonathan for the top 2 in that category. Looks like Aldo just squeezed through there on Zolile. Yeah, I just saw that now, Paulie. So a little change up there right in the closing stages. Maybe Zolile had some problems with a bit of an issue right in the closing stages, and Aldo squeezed through to get ahead of Zolile for 5th and 6th place respectively. So from the Extreme Supercars driven by Dunlop, we stay on Dunlop rubber and we head to Astron Energy Polo Cups first heat. They'll be out shortly. We're going to give a little bit of a chance for a crossing here of the circuit, and then Polo Cup will be back on track shortly.
the same. The Hilux is manufactured in Germany. Right? What is manufactured in Japan? Because I know Mercedes-Benz is manufactured here. Yeah. These guys, let's continue. You know what? It's all. Okay, different things manufactured in different areas.
Astron Energy Polo Cup rolling out of pit lane now to go to battle for the first time today here at the East London Grand Prix circuit for round 5 of the Extreme Festival and round 5 of the Polo Cup Championship as well. We've got a big battle expected at the front end. Let's go and find out from our top contenders what their plans are for today.
Luigi, East London, windy and fast. How's it going?
Yeah, it's a very daunting track, something different. It's a bit scary. It's going to take a lot getting used to. I think with a bit more practice, I think we'll go a little bit faster. Let's see how tomorrow goes.
Luigi, welcome to a fast and windy East London circuit. How's it going?
Yeah, it's been good so far. First time down here at this track, so it's been very interesting. Learning a lot, having good fun in the Polo Cup cars. They always deliver. Only thing I can say about this track is potters, you really need to have big balls.
So yesterday's qualifying, we saw Jason Loosemore fighting for honours, but didn't quite get to the front end of the pack as he expected to do for Team Red Racing. He eventually finished up in 4th place in the qualifying, and then by the time Super Pole had happened with the top 6 shootout, he ended in 2nd. So his closest rival, and Rooster looking pretty tasty there in that Summit Racing car, on pole position. So the battle resumes between our top 2 in this championship, as it has done at every single round so far of 2024. And it's pretty much advantage Loosemore at the moment, but with the additional point being obtained for the Super Pole for Nathan Victor, he's definitely inching his way back into contention in this championship. So a big fight expected between the two of them. They of course are on the front row. Man who was fastest though at the end of qualifying was Carl Visser. He's down in 4th place, just behind Ethan Kutsia, who also put in a valiant effort to get into that top 6 shootout, as did Charles Smallberger and Tyler Robinson, our only lady driver out there today, looking for a chance to shine amongst the boys. Behind them, it's Roshan Goodman, her teammate, who lines up alongside Dr. Hannes Skippers. The Dane Fern dentist is there in 8th place on the grid, ahead of Nirav Singh. His certainly best qualifying so far here, considering the fact that it's the first time he comes down to the East London Grand Prix circuit there for Kyalami Exhaust's team. He's alongside Jean-Andre Marais. He was a little disappointed in his 10th place after qualifying, but watch out for the Eastern Cape-based driver. He knows this track relatively well and likes it just as much as his home track in PE. They're ahead of Mo Karodia, who was a big disappointment. Something definitely didn't work out for Mo after seeing how well he went. First of all at Swartkops in round 3, and then in round 4 at Aldo Scribanti as well, was also very quick. And then the rookie to the field today, well, not rookie to the field itself, but to the track, Pierluigi Mussolini down in 12th place. There's a gap on the grid there that takes us to the Masters, and we just chatted to a couple of those Masters category drivers. Wayne Masters is the teammate there to Luigi Ferro, the man we just chatted to. He's on pole alongside Derek Smallberger. Smallberger in the Sabertech and OMP car. And then it's John Kruger in the Habot and Team Red Racing machine in 3rd. Luigi Ferro is in 4th, so him and his teammate out of that Ferro Energia and Solar ESS machines, having a super run there for the 1st and 4th places in the Masters, with Mike Bobaglia for Paybar and Chris Dell in the Posi Drive car, making up the back end of the Masters category. So that's how they're going to line up for race number 1. They will follow that Astron Energy Polo GTI around one more time, and then come to take up their positions for the race start for the first heat of Polo Cup. Absolutely amazing to see the amount of people that are here this weekend. Support for the Eastern Cape Motorsport circuit is huge here at East London Grand Prix circuit. And guys, we're here literally from the word go this morning. A couple of guys sending me messages saying we're already set up and it's only 5:30 in the morning. If you don't get here early, you won't get those favourite spots. So great to see the amount of support that's come through here for this event, and hopefully it keeps coming, because they are certainly hungry for motorsport down here on the Eastern Cape and here at East London Grand Prix circuit. So the championship is those two cars on the front row. They're in reversed order of the championship at the moment. It's advantage Loosemore in terms of championship points. He has a slight advantage over Nathan Victor there. And he's going to have to try and work hard to find a way through there on Rooster. Loosemore, as I said earlier on in the day, you would have seen him go and give high fives there to Jagger Robertson. A chance for him to just do the same now. Hopefully not finishing second like Jagger did. He wants to finish ahead of that car alongside him, the Summit Racing and Floor Store on Trend car from Cape Town. Security fences and alarms. Renegade and Team Red Racing Polo in second, ahead of the JRT Racing Experience. That's exactly the kind of start he'd like to have, and that might just be a little bit of mind games being played there by Jay, just showing Rooster that he can get off the line a bit quicker than he can. The Masters, of course, will start a row back and on a separate start as well to the Cup category cars. As I said, that JRT Racing machine of Ethan Kutsia alongside qualifying's pole man Carl Visser for Volkswagen Motorsport in the Volkswagen Rookie Cup sponsored machine. Charles Smallberger for Sabertech and OMP alongside the second of the Team Red cars. That's Tyler Robinson in the AF Fans and Team Red Racing Universal Motorsport entry. Behind her is a teammate for Mzansi Motorsport, also out of Team Red, Roshan Goodman. And then we got Hannah Skippers there for the Dane Fern Dental Services. He's just ahead of Nirav Singh for Kailami Exhausts. Jean-Andre Marais for Cerabix and Team Red Racing. Coming down just ahead of the Masters there. But first we got Mocha Rodia in the Fast 5 Motorsport car. And the FSS car of Pierluigi Mussolini. Sorry, I failed to mention earlier on as well, Elio, who's at the back of the pack there in the second of those FSS machines. And Elio Mussolini joining the Masters this weekend, led out by Wayne Masters, Derek Smallberger, John Kruger, Luigi Ferro, Mike Bobaglia, Chris Dale, and as I said, Elio Mussolini at the back of the pack. Rodeo got some work to do today, that's for sure. To come from so far back in the pack, down in 13th place overall, is not where he likes to start. He's usually in the top 6. So it might just be a bit of a tougher task for him to get through this pack. Incredible to think that the times set in qualifying, of course, are reversed slightly, but if you look at those times, Carl Visser did a 35.3 as the fastest lap of qualifying, but of course then only finished up in 4th place on the grid after Super Pole. But then your slowest car on the track was a 36. No, I beg your pardon, it's a 39 from Pierluigi. But if we take Pierluigi out of that equation, it's a 36. So it's only a second and a half splitting the field other than Pierluigi for the Cup class. So pretty closely and evenly matched cars about to go to battle. So Cup class is now lined up. Masters are lining up just behind. Remember, it's 2 separate starts for them, just waiting for that green flag at the back before we go racing for the first heat of Astron Energy Polo Cup. Five-second board moves away. The light's about to go on and off, and as we go racing, it's a good start from Rooster. Nathan Victor getting off the line nicely there for the Summit Racing car, followed very closely there by Jason Newsmore, who tucks in right behind him. The Masters get a good start as well. This time, though, coming from Derek Smallberger on the outside line, the slightly cleaner line. So it looks like Smallberger's been able to outgun Masters, but 1 and 2 on the start are still 1 and 2 through Potters. Ethan Kutsia still in third place, ahead of Carl Visser. Visser under pressure from Smallberger. Someone running off there, I think that'd be Nirav Singh possibly, who ran wide out of Potters. So he gets his first taste of what it feels like to run out of Potters, run out of space at Potters. A rookie to the track as well. First time out here for the man from Kyalami Exhausts. He runs off the circuit but gets back on track and now tries to close the gap down onto the back end of Pierluigi Mussolini and possibly Jean-Andre Marais. Somebody also putting a wheel on the dirt coming out of Cochabamba. You can see just from the dust that was kicked up there slightly. But as they come up towards Butts and into the S's, it is Nathan Victor who leads out. Hanging on over Loosemore. Ethan Kutsia there in third. Carl Visser in 4. Charles Smallberger just ahead of Tyler Robinson. Tyler already under pressure from the doctor. Hannah Skippers closes her down, looking for a way past. So Jean-Andre Marais has got onto the back end of his teammate as well there, as then we wait for the Masters to come through. So the Masters now coming through Cox Corner and heading into the right-hand sweep. It'll take them up to this corner here, Beacon. Tyler putting pressure onto Charles Smallberger. Remember, they can't use those push-to-pass mechanisms until they've crossed the line and are into the second lap of this race. So those push-to-pass mechanisms will come in. Remember, the top 3 in the championship will have one less push-to-pass to use. And when I say push-to-pass, if you've never watched Polar Cup, it's basically almost a sort of DRS-style system where the driver has a button on his dashboard which he can put on his steering wheel, which he can engage or she can engage, and use it for an additional amount of power for X amount of seconds to either make an overtaking maneuver or to attempt to pass somewhere, which is exactly what's happening coming up there from Ethan Kutsia. Kutsia going on the inside, looking for a way through on Loosemore. Loosemore saw him coming. I think he shut the door as they go through there now. Mussolini coming through at the back of the pack. And Pierluigi losing ground there to the back end of Carodio. You can see hazard lights coming on a whole bunch of cars, and that's when you can tell the cars have gone for a push to pass. The hazard lights come on those cars, and a couple of guys using them to try and fend off attacks coming from behind. How's that? Masters were 3 by 3 heading towards Butts Bend. As they go through there, nice bit of maneuvering, but Masters hangs on. And in fact, it looks like Wayne Masters has got through there on Nirav Singh. So he's found a way through there on the back end of the Cup class, and we're only into lap number 2. So some maneuvering happening right from the word go there from the Masters category. It didn't give them a huge gap there off the start line, so it's one of the reasons why, with that mistake that Nirav made, he has fallen very quickly into the clutches of what would usually be a slightly bigger gap between the Masters and the Cup class. Polar Cup completes lap number 2. Nathan Victor out front. He's 0.2 of a second between himself. It looks like, according to what I see on my system, Jason Loosemore might have hit the front. He has. Loosemore's found a way to the front end and leads heading down into turn number 1. But this is the Masters class we're picking up on now as they head down there. It's Wayne Masters keeping Derek Smallberger and Nirav Singh behind him. Behind that, it's John Kruger in the Habot and Team Racing machine. Habot Performance Lubricants sponsoring him along with Team Red Racing. But Loosemore leads out. You can see it just in the foreground there coming into Butts Bend. And now has the lead of this race. It was only half a second over the line that he was able to get it, but I think he got on a push to pass and using a little bit of slipstream, which is not a bad plan, particularly at this level of racing and at this circuit. Of course, always a big factor is the slipstream. So heading up towards Beacon, Jason Loosemore continues to lead out over Nathan Victor. That is exactly where he needs to be. SFA and Renegade Man opens up the door. Oh, there's a touch. And there's a second touch coming out of Beacon. Defensive driving from Loosemore as he saw Carl Visser coming along. He went across the line and shut the door on Visser, but it's now a steam train with Ethan Kutsia at the back of that train. 4 cars literally bumper to bumper heading towards Potters. Loosemore was late on the brakes. He locked up slightly, which just pushed him wide out of the exit of Beacon. opening up the door and allowing a maneuver through there from Nathan Victor. Carl Visser tried to come and catch him out on the main straightaway, but Loosemore saw him coming and shut the door. Oh, a couple of guys running onto the curb there as they head down towards Cochabana again, coming out of Rifle. Visser putting a wheel on the dirt, trying to fend off the attack coming from Ethan Gutsia. And behind that, Charles Smallberger waiting to pick up any of the pieces should something go wrong with those first four. He's broken away slightly there from Tyler Robinson. She's basically on her own. Got a little bit of breathing room between herself and Anna Skippers behind her. And then just in the background you can see the Masters coming through there. And it looks like Wayne Masters actually put a wheel on the dirt as well coming out of Cochabana. Loosemore's lost out to Visser. On the beach straight, Loosemore's dropped down to third place. Carl Visser into second. So Carl Visser now moves up one place into second place and looks to try and hunt down Nathan Victor. Visser still looking for his first victory here in Polo Cup for the Volkswagen Motorsport team. Oh, Loosemore is very late on the brakes to fend off Ethan Gutsia. He's locking up those back wheels. And those Dunlops are crying out as they come onto the main straightaway. Another steam train again. Very, very close between those first four. Not quite as close as they were in the last pass, but certainly just as excitingly close in Polo Cup. This is the kind of racing you always get. It's literally bumper to bumper stuff. It can be wing mirror to wing mirror as well as they go alongside each other. Now we wait to see who's still got some push to pass mechanisms left. Now they're going to wait until later on in the race to use them. Carl Visser, 17 years of age, in second place in National Polo Cup in his debut season. Looking for even a possibility of stealing that first place away from championship contender Nathan Victor. Mussolini now being closed down by Nirav Singh, who's got through on Wayne Masters. So Nirav has found a way through on Wayne Masters. Masters pulling away from Smallberger. John Kruger dropping back slightly there. And Kruger actually falling into the clutches, by the looks of things, of Mike Babaglia. Mid-pack, Jean-Andre Marais, Mo Karodia, and Roshan Goodman just behind that. So the two Team Red cars working together there, fighting and fending with the Fast 5 Motorsport man. Back up to Beacon. Visser late on the brakes, looks inside. Oh, Carl Visser dives on the inside of Nathan Victor. There's a bit of room given between the two of them. That's nice to see the two Cape Townians side by side as they come across the line. But don't see a push to pass from any of them. And Jason Loosemore might be able to get into the slipstream of the slightly quicker car on the inside, which is Visser, and that's exactly what he's done. Visser goes for a push to pass into Potters, and he brings along the Team Red man into second place. So that slipstream was perfectly timed there from Jason Loosemore, and it's almost perfectly timed from Ethan Gutsia, who has a big look on the inside of Nathan Victor coming towards Rifle. Victor saw him coming, shut the door, but Ethan Gutsia had a huge look towards Rifle Corner, trying to find a way through there into third place and demote the man who was leading the race only a couple of corners ago down to fourth. He maintains third for now, but the pressure's being applied from Ethan Gutsia, and he dives inside towards Butts Bend. He's going to look on the inside. Has he got to move? Yes, he has. Ethan Gutsia is going to move up into third place, into Butts Bend and into the S's. Visser was late on the brakes. He slid into the S's, and he managed to just keep that car on the black stuff. But you can see with that maneuver, he's just compromised his drive into the next set, into Cox. Oh, the Ninja's off again. Nirav Singh going off out of Cochabana. A big baptism of fire here for that young man. For the Kyle Army exhaust team, he's dropped right to the back, other than from Elio Mussolini's point of view. So he's now got a massive mountain to climb as they get to the top of the hill here at Beacon. Ethan Gutsia has found a way through there on Nathan Victor. Victor's dropped down to fourth place. That is not where Nathan Victor wants to be. And watch for the slipstream effect now coming from Jason, looking to try and get on the back end of Carl Visser and use that slipstream to his advantage to get back to the lead. If he gets back to the lead, knowing that Victor is 2 cars behind him, and then possibly 3 cars if he gets to the lead, that's going to be a huge advantage to him, and he will maintain his lead of the championship overall. Now Nice fight here as well. Jean-Andre Marais now leading that battle. Looks like Roshan Goodman wants through as well. He's got ahead of the Doctor. So Hannes Skip has been caught and passed by the Cervix and Team Red Man from PE. Here comes Roshan Goodman, putting the pressure onto Skipper. Skipper shuts the door. VCSA car just not allowing Roshan Goodman through there for the Mzansi Motorsport Team Red car. No changes in the background in terms of the Masters. It's Masters from Smallburger as they come down towards Cochabana. And Mike Barbaglia stays ahead of Ferro. Ferro ahead of Chris Dale. That's for 4, 5 and 6 place in the Masters class. Oh, here we go. Big move looking from Mo Karodia's point of view. Roshan Goodman has got through on his Skipper. Skipper's now under attack from Karodia. So a few little changes here in the front end heading into the closing stages. Can you believe this? The second half of the race is already underway and we're into lap 7 completed of the 10. And it's Loosemore who's back out front. So Jason Loosemore hits the front. Kutsia in second. Visser and Victor must have had some kind of an issue, or Visser and Kutsia must have maybe come together. But it's certainly a change up there as Carl Visser's dropped from basically leading the race down to third. Kruger from Barbaglia, Ferro and Dale. Nice run here from the Masters category for third place at this point in time. But still no changes there. As we get into the thick of it here, you can see just how hard these guys are pushing in the Masters class, and really a big fight at the front end for the Masters. It's petered out slightly there, but as you can see, some work being done by Wayne Masters to try and close down on the back end of the Cup category. He's looking at Mo Karodia and watching him fight hard and dive on the inside into Butts Bend as we watch further up the pack. Ethan Kutsia putting huge pressure onto Loosemore. Great drive out of Kutsia's point of view, heading out of the sweep towards the top of the hill, but Jason Loosemore sees him coming, goes defensive almost instantaneously up towards Beacon Corner. Late braking from Ethan, can he sneak through? Oh, Jason's out of shape again. Opens up the door and Ethan Kutsia hits the front for the first time. Ethan Kutsia hits the front for the first time in East London. And now crosses the line ahead of Jason Loosemore. So it's Kutsia from Loosemore, from a hard charge coming out of Carl Visser, trying to come back into the fight for the front. Victor's dropped back into the clutches of Smallburger, who's looking to try and pounce on him if he can get through. And we got 2 more laps to play. This has been an epic first race here from Astron Energy Polo Cup. Those Dunlops are going to be crying out by this stage. These boys are pushing them way over their limits as they can go into the hard braking corners here at East London Grand Prix Circuit. You saw how hard and how late Jason was on the brakes up into Beacon, just sliding wide and opening up the door to allow Ethan through. Can he return the favour now? He's in the slipstream, heading towards Butts Bend and into the S's. He's certainly close enough. Applies the pressure as they go into the S's now. And through the big left-hand flick. Sets things up to try and get the drive up the hill. Possibly a similar kind of maneuver coming from Loosemore. If he can put the pressure onto Ethan Kutsia and make him brake late and make some kind of mistake at the top of the hill. So here they come. The penultimate time. Will Jason have a go now, or maybe will he wait until the last lap? Oh, Ethan locks up this time. Is that going to cost him? It is. The drive is compromised with that lockup, and Jason comes alongside him. Has Jason got to push the pass here, maybe to use just to get through? With 1 lap to go, he doesn't need it. He's got through just on the drive itself. Didn't have to use the additional bit of power that gets given by that push-to-pass mechanism that they've got in these polos. And Loosemore leads with a lap to go. Ethan Kutsia giving him a little bit of breathing room as well as they went through Potters and towards Rifle. He closes it down slightly now, but it was about 3 car lengths out of Potter's pass there from Ethan Kutsia's point of view Jason Loosemore's not going to try and compromise his drive here. He's going to hold the racing line and that way be able to carry the corner speed and the speed onto the beach straight. Carl Visser looking to pounce here, maybe on the last lap as well. Nathan Victor in 4th place. It's just gone all horribly wrong there for the pole man. Down to 4th. Kutsia's not close enough into Butts. It looks like Jay might be able to hang on here. So Jason Kutsia now into the complex for the last time. SFA, Renegade and Team Red Racing ahead of JRT Racing Experience, Ethan Kutsia. The Rookie Cup and Volkswagen Motorsport entry there of Carl Visser in 3rd, and then at Summit Racing's Nathan Victor for 4th. Defensive line from Jay as he heads up to the top of the hill. Into Beacon for the last time. Ethan Kutsia is going to try something here. Will he catch Jason out on the brakes? No, not this time. They get through, and Jason comes across on him very early. Going to shut the door, not allow Ethan Kutsia a chance to get across the line first. They're going to have a drag race. There's a bit of slipstream to be played with here. Coming to the line, here they come. Oh, what a great finish. Loosemore, Kutsia and Visser. And split by 0.7 of a second. 7/10 there between the top 3. Absolutely brilliant stuff there from the two of them. As they come to the closing stages here, the rest of the pack coming across the line there will go through the rest of them. It was Victor from Smallburger. Tyler Robinson's finishing into top 6 ahead of Roshan Goodman and Jean-Andre Marais. So you've got all 4 of the Team Red cars there in the top 8. Fighting hard with Nathan Victor, Carl Visser, Ethan Kutsia and Charles Smallburger. Mo Karodia goes 1 position higher into 10th. So he'll be happy with single digits, but looking to try and change his luck around ever so slightly there, maybe for race number 2. Wayne Masters hangs on for the win in the Masters category ahead of Derek Smallburger and John Kruger. So that's how we wrap things up there for the first heat of Astron Energy Polo Cup. What a fantastic race. As always here at the East London Grand Prix circuit, just showing the kind of race action that can come out of a world-class track here that they've got at the East Coast circuit. And now looking forward to a bit more action coming your way shortly. If I'm not mistaken, I think we're heading into Kazoo Racing Cup is our first class. I'm just going to double check that for you guys. Yeah, Kazoo Racing, there we go. SA Cup is up next. And an 8-lapper coming. Then we go into the South African Touring Cars and Super Cup category and wrap up the first heats of the day just before lunchtime. We'll be back shortly with action on track there from Toyota Gazoo Racing SA Cup. Robin one day, but it's not. Him and Ezra having a fight up to the head, they're checking fucking Roy, right here. Now we had fun. Now look at some fun now. So we got Toyota Gazoo Racing out on track for their first heat of the day. And the GL Cup, driven by Netstar, of course, is divided into 3 separate categories. The front end, with the rolling start, when they eventually get to their rolling start, which will be on the next lap, is led out by a man from Zimbabwe, Bulawayo to be exact, Dylan Pragi, on pole position for the first time in the Toyota 86s. Great to see him moving up ahead of Davy van der Merwe and outgunning Davy van der Merwe for the first time in the first season that Davy has joined the Gazoo Racing Cup 86 League. And he has not been bettered at all, so it's the first time that anybody has found a chink in the armour there for Davy van der Merwe. So we'll have to wait and see if he has a return of the favour during the race. Nico Zafiris will be alongside Ryan Naka for the second row. Then it's Ken Swartz and Sechaba Mashigo that will make up the first pack of cars, which are all Toyota 86 rear-wheel drive machines. Then there was a big fight, and in qualifying it actually was won out by Sean Nurse overall. He, of course, one of our media contingent from Auto Trader, was actually the fastest in qualifying in the Toyota Corolla that he pilots. But Devon Scott from the Gazoo Racing Academy was only 2 positions back on him in his Toyota Yaris. So the Yaris and Media League are going to be a big fight as we now wait to see the safety car making its way down towards turn 1. It'll then bring the 86s into play. They will be sent off on their way to follow that safety car around. And as I said, it's a fight between the Yarises and the Corollas just behind that. They will be fighting hard amongst the media contingent that, of course, run in the Toyota Corollas. And then it's our dealer team as well as our sales and dealer team drivers from the GR side of Toyota. The whole idea of this, of course, is those Yaris drivers come from Toyota dealerships all around the country that are running the GR programs in their dealerships, and they get a chance to actually pilot a GR modified machine in the Toyota Corolla or Toyota Yarises for Toyota Gazoo Racing SA Cup. If we look at how that stands, though, in terms of the media, it was Sean Nurse ahead of Hannes Visser a long way down in 9th overall. Then it was Arnold Panther, and then Kumbi Chikazi ahead of Alex Shahini, and then Jakob van der Merwe. Unfortunately, I'm not quite sure Bernie Halberg got back out. He had a big moment this morning, so we'll keep an eye and see if he's at the back of the pack. But you can see that is the media and the dealer boys and all lining up together. Devon Scott alongside Sean Nurse, and of course Devon Scott comes from the Toyota Gazoo Racing Driving Academy, so he'll have a slightly lesser powered car alongside Sean Nurse, but he's also got probably a little bit more experience in terms of his driving capabilities than Sean has got. Take nothing away from Sean Nurse there on pole position overall this morning and on pole position for the second pack of cars. Just a reminder to everybody in terms of the category that's racing right now, 3 classes involved in that. specs of the cars, of course, are the 86s being a 4-cylinder boxer engine, 2.4 naturally aspirated, and an automatic box with paddle shift, and 180 kilowatts of power, but rear-wheel drive. The Corollas, they've got a 1.6 3-cylinder, and it's uprated to 221 kilowatts for the Corollas, so it's about 12% more than the Yaris's have got. 6-speed manual box, and they've got a torque split, of course, which allows them to use the all-wheel drive system that is available there. And then you've got the Yaris's out there, 3-cylinder 1.6 turbos, 200 kilowatts, also all-wheel drive, with a 6-speed manual box that they get to play with. So it's basically 221 versus 200 versus 180 in terms of power differential for those cars. But we are getting ready to go now, heading up towards Beacon with Dylan Pragi on pole position for the first time alongside Davy van der Merwe. Zephyrus, Nika, Swats and Mashigo waiting for those lights to go out now. Dylan will know what to do here, having done a few occasions of rolling starts in Bulawayo. There's a couple of races that happen up there that, of course, require a rolling start, so it's not going to be new to him to do the rolling start from pole position. He's been there in the past. Now, can he use it to his advantage, though, as the lights go out? The 86s make their way down towards turn 1. The rest of the pack will line up with Sean Nurse controlling the pace of the second pack of cars, waiting for those lights to go out for a second time, and almost coming straight across the nose of, yeah, there you go, shutting the door instantaneously there on Devon Scott. Maybe not going to give Devon any chance to get through there. 221 kilowatts versus 220 kilowatts or 200 kilowatts as they head in towards turn 1, Potters. It's Davy van der Merwe who got the drop slightly there, but he closes right onto the tailpiece of the whole shot man, who capitalize on his pole position and maintains the lead. So Pragi leads out. The Zimbabwean is certainly looking like he's up for the challenge today. Sean Nurse keeps out Devon Scott. Behind that looks like it's Mario D'Souza. Then coming through there pretty rapidly was Theo Brits as well. So Brits and D'Souza looking for a chance to maybe squeeze through. There's a big move on the inside there from Davy, trying to get on the inside of Dylan Pragi, I beg your pardon. And you can see just how tight it is there between those two. Further back, they're lined up. Mashigo's up one position, so he's moved up slightly ahead there, I think, of Kent Swartz. Let's see if there's any changes now up the hill. 86 League head towards Beacon. The rest of the pack comes through there. 784 or 794, that is Kumbi Nchikazi, the Kumbi on cars man. And change up for the lead. Dylan opened up the door there and allowed Davy van der Merwe through. So it'll be Davy van der Merwe who will lead across the line now for the first time in anger for this 8-lapper. Davy is only 1.1 of a second off from Dylan Pragi in second, so those two will stay relatively close to each other. Same as what we're seeing here from Devon Scott in the Toyota Gazoo Racing Driving Academy Yaris on the back end of that Auto Trader Corolla. Pragi trying to come back almost instantaneously there and bringing Ryan Nika along for the ride. Nika now putting the pressure onto Pragi. Swartz in the background. Nico Zephyrus is the man who's dropped to the back of the pack. He's dropped down a couple of positions, and in fact with that also Sachaba Mashiga dropped one place back as well. So the 86 is fighting hard here, and here comes Mashigo trying to get back at Zephyrus into the complex. Pragi looking to do the same thing here to Davy van der Merwe. Bit of a fight at the back of the 86s, a great fight at the front as well. Hannes Visser staying just ahead there of Anad Patha. Nice run from Shahini as well from the car magazine. He's there in 13th. He's up one position, getting ahead of Kumbi on their last pass, so a bit of changing there between himself and Kumbi on cars man, Kumbi Nchikazi. Visser closing down onto the back of Theo Brits at the same time. So Brits will start to feel the pressure coming from the Corolla from behind. First 4 cars so evenly matched as they cross the line there. 36-2, 37-3, 37-2. So nicely done from those drivers. But look at this. Pragi now in the slipstream, heading down towards Copacabana. Can he find a way back ahead? As they go on the brakes, you see the hazard lights coming on as the ABS system kicks in on those cars. They run the standard road options that these cars come with if you buy them off the dealer floors from Toyota. And Pragi had a big look, but he was on the wrong side. Outside line into Copacabana doesn't usually end up being an overtaking maneuver. Everybody else late on the brakes down towards Copacabana. Andries de Villiers in there as well. Great to see that too. Johan Snyman in there as well for the first time. Rookie drive there from Snyman. Great to have him as part of this one. Of course, part of Michael van Rooyen's family. Great to have him in the car and fighting hard for his chances here. But Davy just seems to be controlling things there. Half a second gap was the last pass between Davy and Dylan Pragi. There's Shahini in the Car Magazine machine. But it's Pragi closing down on Davy. Can he find a way back ahead? Good late maneuver there from Sachaba Mashigo. Mashigo goes side by side with the number 70 there of Nico Zafiris, and they are literally locked wing mirror to wing mirror as they come over the line. Yeah, I don't want to see how close that was. Let's have a look at that lap time as they cross the line this time out between those two. I think it was Zafiris just ahead of Sachaba. It is. But how's that? 828, 837. So it's what's that? 9 thousandths of a second between Zafiris and Mashigo as they cross the line. Here comes Davy under big pressure. Big pressure coming from Pragi. Pragi still applying that pressure onto the front man. And Davy van der Merwe, of course, is the man who has been the dominant factor here this season in this category. So we'll have to wait and see if there's going to be any change up there between those two. Davy van der Merwe pushing hard. He has a move coming as well from third place Ryan Naka. Naka now putting a bit of pressure onto Pragi, so he's having to watch those wing mirrors, which is allowing Davy to get away ever so slightly. Dylan's going to try and concentrate on the man out in front of him. Not worry about the man closing him down. Put your efforts into the attack, not into the defense. Not always easy to do, though. And it's Shahini. Shahini ahead of Kumbi, still staying in that fight for 13, 14 and 15th place with Andries de Villiers just behind them. And Anand Patha just ahead of them. Another lap down. Halfway stage. Van der Merwe, Pragi, Naka, Swartz. No changes there for the first 4. 5 and 6 being closed down now, though, by Sean Nurse and Devin Scott. So Sachaba Mashigo and Ken Swartz, with the length of the circuit, are possibly going to be caught and passed by Nurse and by Devin Scott. The Racing Academy man is pushing as hard as he can, but you can see not an easy thing to do to get through a slightly more powerful car that's just ahead of you in the hands of a capable driver like Sean Nurse. Oh, Devin a little bit out of shape there coming out of Copacabana, just ran a bit wide. Had to fight the wheel to bring it back onto the black stuff. The background as well, watching that battle unfold there. It's D'Souza, Theo Brits and Hannes Visser now in the mix between the two of them. Might be a bit of a change up there between those three. Sachaba Mashigo into the clutches of Sean Nurse. Devin Scott right behind that as they come out of Cox Corner into the sweep. Heading towards Beacon. Davy maintains. How even do you want that braking to be? They braked at exactly the same point. Davy van der Merwe and Dylan Pragi, which has allowed Dylan to stay in second place and Davy to maintain the lead. Sachaba out of shape with Sean Nurse putting the pressure on him out of Beacon Corner. Nurse will probably get through here and does so. So he finds a way through on that 86. Here comes the Yaris of Devin Scott. And will there be a chance there? Maybe for Zafiris to close that gap down. Yes, he's been able to close it down. ever so slightly there on Sechaba Mashigo. Seems like those rear-wheel drive cars are a little bit more settled through the two fast right-handers at Potters and Rifle, because there was not really a massive advantage gained once Devon Scott got through there on both Zephyrus and Mashigo. So a bit further back in the pack there, Shahini closing the gap down onto the back end of Anant. Patha hanging on for now, but how much longer can he soak up that pressure coming from the man from Car Magazine? To Trader Man ticking them off one by one, looking for a win in the Corolla category. The media challenges looks like it could be Sean Nurse's pretty easily. 1, 2, and 3, no changes there. Gaps come down slightly there between Ryan Naka and Dylan Pragi for second. Darby Vanamavam is keeping that sort of 0.6, 0.7. He was up to 0.8 on the last lap. Gap between himself and the hard-charging Dylan Pragi. Fists are still in that fight, fighting hard as well there with D'Souza and Brits. Mario D'Souza, Theo Brits, Hannes Fiss across the line. Shahini's just behind them. He's actually closed the gap down slightly, has Alex Shahini from Car Magazine trying to get onto the back of the Latvian man. So D'Souza has the advantage over Brits. Right now, Fiss has got the advantage over Shahini, but Shahini's coming. Pathel's not too far behind him. Wheel on the dirt there by one of the cars, possibly Sean Nurse, I think, from where the dust came up and where it ended up. Pragi now, all over the back of Davy Vanamavan, looking to try and get back into the lead if he can. Pragi was about 2/10 quicker on his last lap. 37.351, 37.04 from Pragi, so he's not giving it up just yet. Oh, but as I say that, he gets it completely lit out of Beacon. That's going to give a chance there to Ryan Naka. Ryan Naka possibly going to capitalize on that mistake from Dylan Pragi, and does so. As they cross the line, he'll probably get the drive down towards Potters, or is it going to be a late roll-off here? They don't really break for Potters in these 86s. They can keep it buried through there, and that's exactly what Dylan did. Just kept it to the floorboards there and kept out Ryan Naka. Naka was hoping he was maybe going to just roll out slightly into Potters' pass, give him another shot at the apple, but didn't quite work out. Naka too far back to have a go though. Tucks into third place, stays in third place. Good drive out of Kokobana though. Nicely done there from Ryan Naka. I think Naka might have got through actually at the end. He has. Naka's got through up into second place now. Dylan Pragi down into third. So it's Davy Vanamavan now making his way through the complex again. With a shot of another victory here. Very dominant drive here from this man this season in this category. But for the first time, we saw a chink in the armour. And Dylan Pragi, he hasn't been able to capitalise on that with the pole position this morning. And he's now dropped down to third behind Ryan Naka after a mistake in Beacon on his last attempt through this corner. This time a little bit smoother. Checkered flag is out. Davy Vanamavan takes the win. Paulie, did I lose a lap there? Because I'm just double checking on my timing monitor. It says lap 7 should have been completed there. But maybe I lost a lap with the timing going down. I don't know what you've got on your one, but on mine it was only going to be completing lap number 6 on that last pass. But anyway, let's give it to 8 laps done Thank you. Just double checking. So just a problem on the tablet I've got here. Yeah, no, it's a little bit behind in terms of the internet, I think. You can see they're still completing lap number 8 here with the blue line coming across. There we go. Davy van der Merwe from Ryan Nike. Dylan Pragi, your pole man, in third. You'll probably be a bit disappointed with that, but I'm sure a podium is still decent enough effort from both Nike and Praji's point of view to try and close that gap down on the all-dominant Davy van der Merwe. Ken Swartz comes in behind them. Devon Scott winning out in the end. Just getting through there on Sean Nurse to beat him to the line. So he wins out the dealer team and Yaris Cup. But it's Sean Nurse who wins out for the media challenge there in 6th place. Beating out Alex Shahini by the looks of things, who managed to get through into 11th place. I think Hannes must have had a problem there on that last lap because he dropped out of contention completely out of that top 15. So if we look at the categories and the classes, if I can go into that quickly before it changes. Let's have a quick squiz. Davy takes it from Ryan Nike, Praji, Swartz and Zephyrus with Sachaba Mashigo in 6th. Sean Nurse beats out Shahini and Patha ahead of Kumbi Machikazi and Jakob van der Merwe. Yeah, Hannes definitely had a problem there in the closing stages. He dropped down to 6th place ahead of the non-starter. Bernie Hellberg, of course, having that big roll this morning. Wish him a speedy recovery. And Devon Scott wins out over Mario de Souza, Theo Brits, Andries de Villiers and Johan Snyman in the Yaris Cup. We're going to South African Touring Cars and Super Cup. They're up next as soon as we've got the road cleared for the crossing, as you can see. We'll be back shortly here with action from the Extreme Festival at the East London Grand Prix circuit.
Now Kumbu realizes, now he starts trying to, well, we get to the broadcast with the right, so I knew I was taking it anyway, that's why I don't care. was at cricket practice, still writing out loud because I kept increasing. Every time he talked, I gave him more.
You had one.
You know the first few pages now, how can you get the preface and the intro and things? My mom, write that out like 20 times.
So as the cars roll out now for the first heat of South African touring cars and the SA Touring Car Super Cup, we got a new sponsor. Let's go and check it out. So Wix Filters joins a huge amount of sponsors that are co-sponsors, of course, for our category here, SKF being one of the big ones. And Wix Filters joins Dunlop along with all the other subsidiary sponsors that are involved with the South African Touring Car Championship. And a big welcome to them. Let's catch up with a couple of our drivers now.
We have the urge to win even more now, so definitely it looks like we're quite fast here in the first two practices. A few issues in the second practice, but it sounds like we've sorted out now, so we'll see what we can do in the last practice, and then tomorrow's them.
Yeah, that's what we've got to do, eh? It's Slipstream Central down here. Absolutely love the track, always a lot of fun, very fast, very hairy. But you've got to keep it on the black stuff, so yeah, that's priority number one for this weekend. And then number two, obviously, help my butt. That's what we had to do.
Yeah, I mean, we were quick here last year, and with eliminating a few of the problems we had last year, now we're looking even stronger. So yeah, no, I'm looking forward to this weekend. Hopefully we can maybe have a repeat of PE, if not even better. So yeah, no, we'll see what happens. But yeah, no, I'm really excited.
So onto the beach straight, you can see the Super Cup cars moving side to side, trying to get as much of the available tarmac heat into those Dunlop tyres to get them ready to go now for Heat 1. And as they line up, it'll be Robert Volk, Saud Variawa on the front row ahead of Anthony Pretorius and Julian van der Walt. Natium Samanga and Michael van Rooyen teammates there in the third row ahead of Andrew Schofield, who's all on his own sim down in 7th. Brad Liebenberg puts the Toyota Starlet onto pole position, and he's ahead of Jonathan Mahotsi and Keegan Campos, arch rivals in this championship, ahead of Tate Bishop, the last winner in this category, coming out of the Port Elizabeth round only a couple of weekends ago. Charles Visser will be just behind him, and then it's Jason Campos and Nicky Vastanis who are on the fourth row. Cara Hill and Saad Variawa in the Gazoo Racing Starlet, they're in 15th and 16th place ahead of Dean Fenter. Davide Franco and Roberto Franco just at the back of the pack, with Darren Goodmans joining this category for the very first time. Local man here in the Masters category with Roberto Franco. So a new man to the Masters side of this championship, as we see an aerial shot of a packed East London Grand Prix circuit. How awesome is that to see? All the way down the main straightaway, both sides of the main straight, the entire complex. Potters and Rifle are jam-packed with people. And that is exactly why we love to come to East London Grand Prix Circuit, because of the support we get from our locals and the love of motorsport they have and hunger they have for motorsport in this part of the world. There you can see coming into the complex the exit point of Cox Corner into the sweep. The Goscore team are down there. I saw some guys also running some Prepsol gazebos there too, so coming to support us here, even though they're also supporting the National Motocross, which is happening further up the coast, of course, in Pietermaritzburg this weekend. And also just looking at that all the way around into Butts Bend. You can see that's how far down the crowd goes here at the East London Grand Prix circuit to enjoy the spoils of round 5 of Extreme Festival. Volk will definitely looking to try and score as many points as possible. Saud Variawa will be trying to score some points, just at least to get him onto the podium for the first time this season. He's really battled with that Corolla after securing the #1 plate last year. It hasn't quite gone according to plan there for the Gazoo Racing Corolla of the current champion in this category. Anthony Pretorius, of course, is always a danger man there for Lee Thompson Racing and OMP. He had a fantastic outing at the last round as well and secured himself a nice little podium there, as well as a victory. So we'll watch out for Pretorius. Julian van der Walt, a man, has also taken a victory at Volkswagen's home circuit. He took the first race of the day. So watch out for van der Walt, coming from the 4th position on the grid and 2nd row. Natim Samanga and Michael van Rooyen, both in similar Corollas on that 3rd row. Slight advantage there, Tim Samanga, in the qualifying session this morning. Literally about 100th of a second, in fact a 10th of a second there between those top two on the 3rd row. And Schofield in the 2nd of the BMWs. He'll just be looking to try and up his pace, and maybe he'll play the tactical role, as we see some of these guys tend to do, because remember the cars are inverted for race number 2 as Robert Volk leads them down towards turn 1 on the warm-up lap. Brad Liebenberg 128.5, 128.6 from Machotsi, 128.6 from Campos, 128.7 from Tate, 128.7 from Shaw, 128.9 from Jason. So it's literally the first 7 cars, in fact, the first 8 cars in the Super Cup class that are split by a second. Unbelievably, all the way down to Saad Variawa at 129.5. Sees 1 second splitting those top 8 to 10 cars in the Super Cup class. That's how close you want it. In the touring cars, it's also just over a second, 1.3 seconds between the 7 cars fighting for touring car honours here today, with Volk in control at the moment. Remember, it's 2 separate starts for these categories as well, so Brad will hold up the Super Cup class ever so slightly in the background and allow the touring cars to get away down towards Potters, and then will be released and to maintain the pace that he can set from pole position in the Cup category. So it's BMW and Toyota Corolla. It's the 120i versus the Corolla on the front row. Toyota Corolla Saloon versus Volkswagen Golf GTI 8. And then 2 Corolla hatches, the GR hatches there of Samanga and Van Rooyen. Second of the BMWs at the back of the pack for the touring cars. Back of the pack of Super Cup are the 2 Francos and Darren Goodman's. I'm not quite sure if he's been able to get onto track. Looks like he might be. He had a bit of a gearbox issue he spoke to me this morning about, so I don't think they've got that gearbox sorted out there for Goodman. So it'll be Roberto Franco fighting on his own for the Masters category today. Lights are on for touring cars. Lights out, and Robert Brock drops the hammer to try and get away. We go aerial material on the start line. Waiting now for the Super Cup class to come along. It is Robert Volk under attack from Saad Variawa around the outside. Variawa trying to go around the outside of Potters. That's not an easy place to pass, and you can see he loses out as Pretorius dives on his inside for second. Here comes Van der Walt, possibly for third as they head towards Kokobana. Super Cup heads down towards turn 1, and inside line possibly going to be hung on there by Brad Liebenberg in the Toyota Starlet. So we got BMW out front. Is the Starlet out front? No, it's not. What a start there from Machotsi. Oh! That's Van der Walt rolling out of Kokobana corner. The Golf GTI 8 is on its roof on the exit point of Kokobana. And there possibly would have been some kind of intervention there from someone else, or was it all on his own? We don't know. We didn't unfortunately get to see what happened with Van der Walt, but certainly possibilities of a red flag here. We'll wait and see what the COC has to say about that, but with a car on its roof, highly likely in the next couple of seconds. They head up towards Beacon Corner. It is Robert Volk from Anthony Pretorius, the top two. It looks like Saad Variawa has dropped down into third place, into the clutches of Natim Samanga. Where is Michael van Rooyen? Van Rooyen's gone missing as well. Was there maybe a touch there between Van Rooyen and Van der Walt? Still no sign. Ah, there we go. On cue, red flag comes out. So a few of those cars would have seen the red flag. Here comes Van Rooyen. He's got some serious damage on that car. Cup class heads up into Beacon. Have they seen the red flag yet? Yes, they have now. Everybody's slowing up as they come across the line. The red flag is out. Julian van der Walt is on his roof on the exit point of Cochabana Corner. Certainly not the start we wanted there, and definitely not the start that Julian van der Walt wanted. Ending up on his roof on the exit of Cochabana. Just coming onto that beat straight. We just caught the back end of it. I'm sure our camera crew would have got it for the post-production show, so we'll possibly get to see that in about 3 weeks' time on Ignition TV, as this goes out as a post-production for the South African Touring Cars and Super Cup class. So they will roll back to the start line, and they'll probably resume their positions, because if I'm not mistaken, that was on the first lap. So there's no laps completed in this race at all. So it'll be a full restart for the South African Touring Cars and Super Cup category. Cars rolling to the line to come take up the positions back on the grid. You can see a bit of damage there on the 15 car of Michael van Rooyen. Look at the smoke coming out of that car as well. So I wonder if there was a touch there between himself and Julian van der Walt that ended up with van der Walt on his roof, and some damage to the third of the Corollas out of Gazoo Racing. Cup class will take up their positions once again. There you can see the remnants of Julian van der Walt's car. Is Jules out of the car yet? I'm not quite sure. I would assume he is. He's in the ambulance already. Okay, so he's just being checked out there. So he walked in. Yeah, I didn't think there'd be too much of an issue there, because those cars are really, the strength of the cars are very good. And Julian has had some big issues, as we know from Kyle Army only a couple of seasons ago, with a big crash he had going into the bowl. This time out, it's coming out of Cochabana, and a small roll there. He's still able to walk away. And is that Michael van Rooyen having a look at his car? I think it is. So Michael having a look on the left-hand side of that car to see if there's what the damage is like. If it's on the left-hand side of the car, it could possibly have been a touch between himself and Julian van der Walt. As I said, I'm surmising this with the amount of damage that Michael's got on the left-hand side and where Julian ended up on the left-hand side of the track. There may have been a touch between the two of them coming out of Cochabana. We won't know that until we see the footage that is available. But we've got, yeah, I know, we've only got the little bot that we caught in the end with the roll. There it is. And I'm just looking through the dust. I don't see another car at that stage, because there's too much dust on the track to see whether there was another car involved or not. That is the left-hand side of the car that's facing us at the moment if we put it onto its wheels. So the damage would have been on the right-hand side if him and Michael had come together. That's us right below you there. If I could put my hand out the door and I'd give you a wave, maybe I'll get Andre to wave for me there. There you go. That's our official 2 wheels and up to 60-second studio, just below the control tower. Guys are out of their cars. Robert Volk's out of his car as well. He knows it's probably going to take a while to get his stablemate, Julian van der Walt, recovered. But yeah, we've got a bit of a break in proceedings now while we recover that car before we get back into race action here from the Extreme Festival at East London Grand Prix Circuit. We'll be back shortly with you on commentary as soon as we've got cars ready to go racing again.
Just to go and check and see that the spare tires for the tyre wall are being loaded at the moment, so we will see the cars will stay out on the grid.
I've never been called a tree by a man before.
Especially you can easily come up to me and
a message to all the drivers. They're busy with course clearance at the moment, so let's get strapped in. And then just a quick shout out to Marius Roberts. If you can just look up at me, your GoPro has been done. Oh, you got it. Brilliant. Right, the 2-minute board has gone out, so it's at this stage, folks, that we ask everybody to get behind the second of the yellow lines, please.
So it looks like we're almost good to go here for the restart of the first heat of the South African touring cars and Super Cup category combined. Reason for the delay is a little, I think, a touch between Michael and Julian. I stand to be corrected though, because we didn't quite pick up on exactly what went wrong. But Julian van der Walt certainly ended up, unfortunately, on his roof on the exit of Copacabana in the Volkswagen GTI 8. And he's out of this one. He managed to walk away from the car there and get into the ambulance all under his own steam, so I would assume he's okay. And if there's not too much damage to that car, good possibility that they may be able to get it repaired in time for Heat 2 later on. But that's going to be a tough ask for the Team WCT. Gives Brad another shot to try and outgun his stablemates and teammates and former teammates and friends behind him. No love lost in that Super Cup class. Brad Liebenberg on pole position in the Toyota Starlet, but was outgunned dramatically by the two Volkswagens. One of Mahotsi and one of Campos by the time they got to that part of the track on lap 1. And he wasn't quite able to get the Starlet off the line as fast as what he'd hoped to get it off the line. See what happens now. Restart of race 2, making their way around now for the sighting lap. Going to give themselves a chance to get back into starting orders and then form up behind the safety car there. It's an AMG. Provided by Ronnie's Motors by the looks of things. Coming to the line now. And under starters orders here. They will then be able to have a chance of getting off and underway. And hopefully this time out gets sorted out without any issues that could cause concerns for another red flag. Give them a chance to get around and of course get into the action that is going to be required for the restart. They're now under starters orders. And the formation of course is slightly different to what we normally have here as they come into it. Lights are about to go off and we're going to go racing here for the second time today. The restart of South African touring cars heading down towards turn 1 as the Cup class comes around to form up for their start. Here they come as those lights go out there. We'll go racing, but deck down towards turn 1 and 2 already are the touring cars. Brad trying to hold up Machotsi as long as possible. Machotsi and him tag as they come across the line. Little touch between Machotsi and Brad as they went across the line there. And now they are literally wing mirror to wing mirror heading towards Potters. Brad Liebenberg on the inside in the Starlet. Round the outside comes the Polo GTI Super Cup of Machotsi. This time it's Brad who is able to secure that whole shot from pole position. Another touch as they came out of Potters. And another touch going into Rifle. Onto the dirt goes Brad Liebenberg, trying to hang on to the lead. It is so close between those two cars. They are literally glued together down into Kokobana corner. Machotsi's on his outside. He's going to have to run wide and cut back into the inside behind Brad Liebenberg as they come onto the beat straight. What a start here for this phenomenal one for Super Cup class. Heading down towards Butts Bend for the first time. It's Brad Liebenberg who leads out over Jonathan Machotsi. It's Robert Volk who leads out of Saud Variawa, and then Anthony Pretorius with a bit of pressure coming from Natium Samanga. Michael van Rooyen missing from those top 5. Definitely a problem there on that Gazoo Racing Corolla of his that had to be taken back in the pit lane. But they complete the first lap of the restart. 10 lap at this time here for the touring cars as they go through to complete that first lap in anger. Here comes a very angry Jonathan Machotsi in that Astron Energy Volkswagen Motorsport and Genuine Parts car. His teammate Visser in the Astron Energy sponsored one, actually a bigger pardon, has moved his way up and squeezed through there, possibly for 3rd place and 4th place. Big fight on there between himself and Jason Campos for those two positions as they come across and complete the first lap. The Gazoo Racing Corolla is now being threatened by Anthony Pretorius for Lee Thompson Racing. He's moved up in a second. Fist is through on Jason Campos. Tate Bishop is on his tail. Keegan Campos trying to close the gap down on Machotsi and Brad Liebenberg out front. Top 3 getting away ever so slightly. 4th car coming into play there. Just in the background look like Nicky Vistanis about to join that pack just behind Tate Bishop. So it's Anthony Pretorius just ahead there of Saud Variawa and Natium Samanga. Then it's Andrew Schofield. Those are the 5 cars for touring cars heading to the top of the hill. So the touring car class now with 5 cars fighting at the front. And it's Saud Variawa. No, it's not. It's Natium Samanga. He's ahead of Saud now. Saud's dropped down to 4th. And make that into 5th because possibly here comes Schofield to outgun another absolutely nightmare round here for Saud Variawa. Right to the back of the pack possibly there with Schofield on his outside. Can he keep him out maybe for one more corner, one more lap? Here they go up towards Beacon Corner, come the Cup category. It's Brad Liebenberg in the Toyota Starlet. He's just ahead of the hard-charging Jonathan Machotsi, Keegan Campos, and Charles Visser. Visser's bridged that gap pretty rapidly on that last lap. You can see the push-to-pass mechanism in the background from some of the back markers coming into play. One of them was Dean Fenter, the other one was Nicky Vistanos. Vistanos has actually closed up pretty rapidly onto the back of Tate Bishop, so good to see that. And now, of course, it's no longer Tate Bishop he's closing in on. He's closing in on the back of Jason Campos. Vistanos and Campos. Oh, sideways from Machotsi. Coming out a rifle at about 220 k's an hour. He had the car absolutely sideways and caught it. How he managed to do that, only he knows. But it's given a chance back to Brad Liebenberg to maybe squeeze through and take the lead again. 5 cars here out front, no worries at all for them, just equidistant apart there from the top 3. But it is Natium Samanga who's slowly but surely making his way to the back end of that Corolla. And the saloon car there, of course, as opposed to the hatch. Something that a lot of the drivers sort of spoke about initially when they changed to the Corolla hatch. That saloon car had a slight better run when it came to long straightaways and the ability to carry the speed a bit more than what the downforce created by that hatch creates for the Toyota Corollas out front. It's a Volkswagen Polo GTI Super Cup out front now, ahead of the Starlet. And Campos looking for a way through now on his good friend Brad Liebenberg. Good friends off the track, but arch rivals on it. That's always great to see. Visser trying to hang on as well for a chance there to spoil the day, maybe for Brad even more. The pole man's dropped down to 2nd at the moment. He's under attack from 3rd place from Keegan Campos. Campos carrying great speed through Potters. And he's right now under that exhaust pipe, looking for a way through into Rifle. Can he make it stick? He's on the inside line, but the door's shut. He goes onto the dirt this time. Just putting a wheel on that inside curb, kicking up some dust straight into the face of Charles Visser. And they come out of Cochabana. Push to pass is being used by all 5, 6, 7, well, not all 8 cars, but all 7 of the 8 using push to pass mechanisms coming out of Cochabana corner. Across the line goes Volk, comfortable in his own right, and right out front ahead of Anthony Pretorius. Pretorius maintaining the gap between himself and that Corolla behind him of Natim Samanga. Marty's day, remember, ended up in tears, and the two of them actually came together out of the S's in Aldo Scribanti a couple of weekends ago, so they'll be not wanting to repeat that, those two drivers, particularly Anthony Pretorius, who was just unable to avoid the spinning car in front of him, Samanga. So the Sparko and Liebenberg Racing Toyota Starlet in second place, losing a little bit of ground there to Jonathan Machotsi. You can see the gaps open up slightly. So a little bit of a change up there between those two as they head down towards turn 1 again. It's Volk out front comfortably. In second place, Anthony Pretorius and Natim Samanga, Saud Variawa. And it looks like we may have also lost Andrew Schofield. No, Schofield's there. He's popped up on the monitor. Pack heading down towards Cochabana now for the Super Cup class. Nicky Vistanos being closed down by Carey Hill, and then it's Saud Variawa in the second of those starlets. It's the Gazoo Racing version of that starlet that's right on the Calix car. Behind that comes Davide Franco for Team Red Racing, the GSN and Maimaki team. Back of the pack, Dean Fenter, probably not too happy about the performance of his car here this weekend. Just not finding the pace that these front cars were able to find here at the East London Grand Prix circuit. So it's GTI, Starlet, GTI, and a whole bunch of GTIs before we get to the second Starlet of Saad down in 14th. He's currently 8th on the road in the Super Cup class. As they come on the braking, once again, it's late braking from Campos. Keegan trying to find a way through there on Brad, but Brad just placing the car just enough space there to not allow the door to be opened. Visser certainly on a charge, trying to close that gap down on Campos, and he's bringing Tate Bishop along for the ride. So the two Cape Townians in 4 and 5 on the road at the moment, trying to close down on the Gauteng-based drivers. Davide Franco goes through there. Or was it Roberto? That could possibly be Roberto. No, it is. Back on track and about to be caught. No, in fact, about to be caught by the leading bunch. That's why we were concentrating on that car. So Franco about to be caught by Robert Volk and Anthony Pretorius. Big gap down now to Schofield. Where is Natim Samanga? Oh, what an absolute nightmare here for Gazoo Racing. All 3 cars have gone missing now. So Natim Samanga's dropped back down into 5th place. We lost Marco van Rooyen on the restart. Robert Volk dives on the inside of that back marker of Franco. We've lost now Saud Variawa, and we've lost Natim Samanga as well, by the looks of it. So the Gazoo Racing squad have had an absolute nightmare first heat. Brad not using a push to pass. Keegan doesn't use one either. Charles uses one to try and close that gap down on Keegan Campos. Davide Franco doing the same thing in the background, trying to close the gap down onto Saad Variawa and onto Carey Hill. Dean Fenton now makes his way into the top 15 and onto the timing monitor on your screens. Unbelievable stuff here from the Cup class. It's pretty much spread out at the front. I don't think there's going to be much changes there unless they start to catch this pack, the leading cars from the touring car side of things. It's a great battle here. Nicky Vistanos, Carey Hill, Saad Variawa and Franco. And it's for about, what is that, 2, 4, 6, 7th and 8th place that they're fighting for there with those 4 cars. Visser has caught the back of Campos. So he's used those push-to-pass mechanisms to just get him a little bit closer to the back end of that Campos transport machine. Jay fallen by the wayside there in the turn 1 car. Second of those Campos racing machines there. A little bit further back in that pack. Lost the toe to these 4 cars. And Tate Bishop's about to pick it up. So Tate Bishop, after taking a victory in Port Elizabeth only a couple of weekends ago, is definitely still in huge confidence mode. There is Michael van Rooyen back on track. And he's about to be caught by the leading car. So Van Rooyen probably going out there after the repairs done to the car, possibly just to get himself classified and maybe into at least contention for the reverse grid. That's the reason why they've gone back on track in that machine that you see through turn 1 potters. If he gets enough laps done here in the closing stages, he might still be classified. And then he's actually only going to do 3. I was thinking about that now, Paulie. Oh, thanks for that. He'll only do 3 laps, so he won't actually be put into the reverse grid because he hasn't completed enough laps. But he's probably going to just test the car and make sure that it's working on all the repairs they may have done in the short time that they had while they were recovering Julian van der Wat's rolled GTI 8. That's the reason why we're into such a late start for this race. If you've just joined us on the live stream, unfortunately I've lost my iPad, so I'm not seeing any comments on my side, but Paulie will send me any that might come through of significance from the Extreme Festival side of things. First 5 Cup cars, push to passes from Liebenberg and Campos. And they're going to try and use them now to their advantage. See whether or not they can make a plan. Oh, Nicky Vastanis has got out of shape coming out of Beacon. Oh, that's nice to see. That's great to hear as well from Paul, just telling me that our good friend Paul Luty, who used to be involved in this category, is watching all the way from Scotland, I would assume. That's his home. Great to have him here. And Paulie, great to have you watching, bud, on the YouTube side of our coverage. Here comes Tate Bishop, getting great drive along the straightaway there, possibly going to outgun his Cape Townian friend. Yes, he is. Charles Visser going to get outgunned there by the Angry Racing Polo GTI into Buttsbend and into the S's. Just great drive from the Angry Racing man coming out of Cochabana. Hit the push to pass just after Charles had engaged his, so he got a little bit extra time with that push to pass mechanism on the straight, used a little bit of the slipstream and got through and up into 4th place. Great drive there from Tate Bishop. Mahotsi hanging on here. I don't think there's going to be an answer from Brad or from Keegan unless something goes wrong. And they're about to start their final lap. 1 to go for the Cup class. Not too far behind. We'll be looking in that Beacon corner on the long shot and possibly see the BMW coming through, but not just yet. So it's 1 more lap in anger. Here it comes up to Beacon as we speak. Wasn't too far off in my prediction. And coming to the flag now for Robert Volk. Checkered flag time there for Chemical Logistics and WCT team in the BMW. Anthony Pretorius will be second, passing Michael van Rooyen as they go across the checkered flag line. Van Rooyen will be, of course, still classified in the racing, but not enough laps done to get him classified for the inverted grid, which will see, I would say, possibly Andrew Schofield on pole. Is that Nati or is that Sawood? I'm not quite sure who that car was there, the second of the Corollas that was back on circuit. Let's go back to this one to finish it up. Brad Liebenberg still in with a chance here. He's not going to give it up without a fight here on Machotsi's tail. Pushing Machotsi coming out of Cox Corner now into the sweep. Has he got enough drive? Maybe 1 more push to pass up the hill. Does he have one? Let's see if those hazard lights come on Brad's car. No, they don't. They've used up every single one of their push to passes, so don't think there's going to be enough here in hand. Brad is late on the brakes, but not late enough to get through there on the Volkswagen Genuine Parts car of Jonathan Mahotsi. He's going to hang on for the win. Oh, that's nicely done. Mahotsi from Liebenberg. Keegan Campos finishing up just ahead there of a fantastic drive from Tate Bishop to get up to top 4. He beats out Charles Fissu, who was in that top 4 hunt for a while, then lost out right in the closing stages. Jason Campos will come through for 6th place ahead of Davide Franco, who heads up the second pack of cars. Right on his tail was the Calix machine of Carrahill. A little bit of damage there on Saad's car. And Dean Fenter at the back of the pack, wrapping up our first heats of the day and the first heats here at Extreme Festival and the East London Grand Prix circuit. So as the cars are going to roll in, of course we're now making our way into the second half of the day's racing, and it'll be kicked off with the ZX10R Masters Cup brought to you by Sunbet and Red Square, and that'll be in a few moments time as we get a small break in proceedings here, which should be just for our marshals to get a bit of a breather. We'll be back shortly with action here from the Extreme Festival of Motorsport Round 5.
big class car? It's bigger than the polos.
I don't know, the thing is, it's a shame open wheelers have been racing today. Yeah, I think that's still
Yeah, the polos, even for the smallest cars.
Yes, yeah.
And then everything else is kind of bigger.
Bigger, yes.
Some like apparently flip these cars.
That's right,
Did you see it?
No, I couldn't see it. I was in the S's at the time, and I just saw the red flag come out, and I was like, okay, somebody's done it.
And the S's you drove obviously across the track to get
Yes, yeah. The S's are right here where the blue.
Yeah.
Amateur photography. Because you've got the sun behind you. You're going to be standing and you do a video.
Although there's a lot of cars that come off along this stretch and a lot of nice stuff. Yeah. Good trip. If you were at this next, next straight, the shooting back along this straight here, you get a lot of nice, the sun's here, you get beautiful shots of the dust and the sun there. That's the whole time of the school. You know that next on that furthest bend there, where you can see those cars. That's the house there. You shoot back here with the kind of banner. Always going here, just this big carbon dust.
Unfortunately, I'm walking the road. Third day on
driving around?
Yeah, I'm the road. Yeah. I'm like a fucking eagle rider. Big touch on my shin bone. The big or the eagle? Yeah, big. Exactly. Yeah, that's why I'm grateful. Because we're grateful for small movement.
Natural tissue salts or herbs for healing tissue, or healing cartilage and that kind of thing. The name is expensive for now, but
I don't know what I'm taking. My photographic club, I've got a young pediatric surgeon.
Just buying drinks.
She says I don't treat adults, but
those people, they give you mainline pharmaceutical drugs and that's like poisonous. They don't know what they're doing. They're good with anatomy, but they're not good with medication.
Then again, I take half a raspberry or cannabis or whatever.
Oh, there you go.
So,
it's not going to do much for your healing.
No, it doesn't. But
it's a good start.
It helps with the pain and getting some sleep. But I've been taking that for years now. So anyway. Yeah, no, I'm all for alternative medicine.
Absolutely. No, the pharmaceutical stuff. You must buy your Toradol and your earbuds at the pharmacy. Nothing that you put in your mouth.
I mean, they say the big pharmaceutical companies don't make healing products. They create customers.
Exactly. Exactly. And the doctors collude with them.
Yeah,
I'm telling you.
See, the thing is, the doctors are beholden to them because there's so many doctors today. Their whole education is sponsored by these big pharmaceutical companies.
Exactly.
And so now you sold yourself to them.
And they've been brainwashed.
Yeah, and of course this COVID story was a typical example. And which story now? The whole COVID thing.
A lot of lies. They admitted it now in court.
Exactly.
The USA, short, what is his name?
Fauci.
Total bloody sucker.
Absolutely.
And he was the head of the whole thing.
And he's been sponsored Bill Gates. The holier than now, Bill Gates.
Evil bunch of buggers. Evil bunch.
So it's Sunbet ZX our Masters Cup making their way onto the track now for the second half of the day. And their second heat of the day as well at the Extreme Festival here at East London Grand Prix Circuit. We're on the east coast of South Africa. And of course the world famous Grand Prix Circuit here. It always provides fantastic race action, and we've had some good ones today, that is for sure. Looking forward to another big one here in the ZX10R Masters Cup, brought to you by Sunbet and Red Square in association with Kawasaki and Bridgestone. Running Bridgestone tyres on these bikes. First heat was all about King Price, Kawasaki's Evil Knievel, Clint Seller. He was kept honest initially by Alan John Fenter. But let's catch up with a quick of the riders before we get into race number 2.
So AJ, back into the ZX10s after a little overseas trip. How's it going here in East London?
Yes, Dave, yeah, fantastic to be back. We were at the TT, and I haven't ridden this bike since February, ZX10 Cup round in Cape Town. So yeah, very, very happy. Big thank you to Vault Markets and to True Vine for making it possible, and big thank you to the ZX10 Cup guys for allowing me to come back down and ride.
Missed a few races, but good to be back in East London, eh?
It's fantastic to be on the bike again, Dave. I've missed the family, I've missed the riding. You know, it's something that becomes part of your soul, and I'm really glad to be back. The times are not there, but you know, I can't be too hard on myself. Although we'll see how it goes tomorrow in the race. But thanks anyway. Thanks to all the sponsors, and thanks to Red Square, and thanks to Sunbet and Kawasaki and Bridgestone. Without them, we wouldn't be here. Thanks.
All the damaged parts off and busy fitting new parts to that car, so chances are incredibly good that we will see that car coming out for race number 2 in the touring car. They are working furiously to get that car sorted out. Michael Van Rooyen has made contact with Julian Van Voeten. He had a bit of damaged power steering, so taking a bit of power steering issues. Hopefully he'll get that sorted out, and we will see Michael Van Rooyen back to full pace.
Paul, were you a bit concerned that I'd forgotten about the interviews? No, I know that. That's what I'm saying. I did remember that we've also still got another warm-up lap. That's why I wasn't too worried about going into them too quickly, because we still got to get these guys lined up. And another lap to get some heat into those Bridgestone rubber. That's why I was kind of like padding a little bit to get a bit further into it. But it doesn't matter. We got them out. Alrighty. So it's race 2 of the Sunbet ZX10R Masters Cup. Race 1 winner was Clint Seller. Alan John Fenter was second. And we just chatted to AJ there after his, of course, international duties have now closed for the year. He's got, I think, one more round of the Spanish Championship where he's helping the young riders that he has under Lacquer Racing, which he's got to go and attend. But already plans in place for next year. For Isle of Man TT, he'll be there racing for the TH Racing team on the 650 Kawasaki in the twin category, and on the 600 Honda in the Supersport class. Looking to try and pick up a couple of sponsors that'll help him out getting to the Isle once again to take that Lacquer Racing BMW S1000RR he piloted so well this year at the same event. And he's looking to also be joined by Magic Mike White, of course, on next year's event as a rookie rider from South Africa. So heading down towards turn. Ooh, not quite the start that Seller wanted there on the warm-up lap. Bike sat up on him a little bit there. Graham Van Bredar said, well, if you're going to do that, I'm going to eat you alive, and that's exactly what he does. But remember, this is just the warm-up lap, so just going out there to get a little bit more heat into the rubber, heat into the brakes. Get those race faces sorted, shake off any cobwebs that might have come between the two heats, and get ready to go now for some more two-wheeled battles on the East London Grand Prix circuit. We've seen some incredible ones here in the past. Seller's been involved in a lot of them, I can tell you that much. And John's had a couple of his own here too. Travis Nordia will be a man to watch out for as well further down that pack. Looking to possibly squeeze through there and change things up after he didn't quite have the finish he wanted in race number 1, having won here in the past. AJ would definitely like that to happen. Have a pole shot and maybe a one-lap Brad Anastas style wonder. Lap out of Vine Productions and Lacquer Racing Kawasaki. But that's highly unlikely with Evil Knievel out front. Dave Barson, another local man, looking for a chance to... Are we racing? Did we go straight into racing? How did we go straight into racing? I thought there was a warm-up lap. Okay, apologies on that. We are racing. They are racing. They think that was the race start. So even the marshal on the sideline was saying, why are they not stopping? Well, I can tell you why they weren't stopping, because there was nobody in front of them to stop them. Anyway, so we're into race 1, lap 1, or race 2, lap 1. And it's now a fight for Kookaburra Corner. Sorry about that, but usually there's a warm-up lap. And that warm-up lap, they thought they were into racing, so they went through in full race pace. So it's Seller from AJ Fenter, Damien Purificati just ahead there of Graham Van Breda. That's the first 4, similar to what we had in the first heat. Van Breda a little bit off the pace, though, from Purificati's point of view. He's closed slightly on the back end of AJ Fenter as they come back into the complex. DeFoss down in 5th place. He's got JLR right on his tail with James Barson there as well, and then the Juggernaut and some slightly older rubber out there. I mentioned in the first heat, it will be the likes of David Veringa just taking it easy here this weekend and possibly trying to score as higher points as possible. He got a 2nd in the first heat in his class, but he's banking some tyres for Kyle Army, which is the next round. Yeah, the marshal on the left-hand side there gave us a big... And now? How did that happen? How didn't they stop? Well, they didn't stop because they're racing. That's why they didn't stop. So clearly they've gone straight into race pace there. Not getting the additional form-up lap. But no worries. We'll just take it from there. Here comes Van Breda on to the back end of Purificati. Damien hanging on for now. A bit of pressure coming from that Stefanuti Stocks and Motul-sponsored Kawasaki there in 4th. Look at the gap down to 5th place. A huge one. Down to Peter DeFoss and Johan Leroux. With James Barson right behind that. Further back. Back-end pack battle here. Perron Parassaman. Jacques Cruz and Raymond Keel. Keel on the inside of Parassaman and moves him to the back of the pack. Perron down here, I think, for only his 2nd time ever. So... maybe still getting to grips with the circuit. It's not an easy track to learn, particularly on a motorcycle. Oh, okay, getting information there from Paulie, our producer. James Barson was up to 6th place in race 1, and his seat came loose, so he had to come in and quickly adjust it and tighten it up. So hopefully they've done that this time. You know, some of the guys, they take their seats off to allow the engine to cool and everything else to cool while they're there. That's Travis Nordia. He's currently in 9th place overall. So looking good for a top 10 there for the local man. So if Barson and Nordia stay where they are right now, we'll have both of the local boys in the top 10 here at their home circuit. JLR closing on the back end of the Foss, so possibilities you have a change up for the lead of Class C. Battles all the way through as always. But this battle is about to start raging because Van Breda means business. Van Breda definitely wants to have a shot at a 3rd place overall. And Purificati down 1 position again. He's got to try and close up that gap that Sellers opened up in terms of the championship here. Not going to be easy to do with the dominant force that has been Kinsella in this category for 2024. Flying through there's Dieter Hazeman as well. Currently 11th place, just ahead of Jacques Cruz and Perron Parassaman. Keel's back down to 14th in the back of the pack. And I think Parassaman, Keel and Cruz are going to fight right till the closing stages. Here comes a good move from Graham Van Breda, carrying massive corner speed out of Potters, and he's on the inside of Rifle. Squeezes through. Oh, a knee on the dirt there from Van Breda. Here comes late braking from Purificati. How late do you want to be? Yeah, that's exceptionally late there from Damien Purificati to come straight back at the overtaking maneuver that Graham Van Breda just pulled on him. Van Breda now heads towards Butts Bend into the S's. Trying to come back. Not quite there yet though. He's shown an overtaking maneuver. Maybe he's got another one up his sleeve somewhere else around the track where he can maybe change up that fourth to third. AJ there in shot, just going through the shot there was our leader, Kinsella on the King Price Kawasaki. He's also got lots of support in the complex there from the Liqui Moly side of his sponsorship, a big Liqui Moly contingent in the complex. Oh, Purificati with a big moment on the main straight there. Big wiggle out of that Kawasaki, just grabbed a handful to get it out, and that pulled him straight again. But that'll be a little bit of a concern there for Damo. Inside line once again, carrying the corner speed, almost 600 style from Graham Van Breda to carry that corner speed through Potters. He now goes in the inside of Rifle, shoves it up the inside, this time onto the clean stuff, not having to put a knee slider on the dirt. But once again, Purificati is good on the brakes and good enough to return the favour. Back into third. It's a great battle here between Graham Van Breda and Damien Purificati. Fighting so hard. Here comes another chance. No, not quite close enough. DeVos still in the background. I think Barson has now moved to the front end of that second pack he has. He's ahead on LaRue and ahead on Varinga. As we watch Damo trying to get some good lines through the complex. Jacques Cruz and 33 at the back end there, Raymond Keel. Losing a little bit of ground to Perron. Perron has now pulled away from them ever so slightly. So Parassaman makes his way back down into Cocobana corner. As the second pack squeezed through into the sweep. David Varinga, you can see, watch Varinga's body language on the bike and the lean angle. He doesn't have the rubber available, so banking on those new tyres that he needs for Kyalami. He's taking the sacrifice here at East London, realising that he's still got a chance of a second place in his class. Still going to score some good points if he stays where he is, and just, I want to say putters around, but he's not puttering around. He's still lapping. What do we got out of him? 26s out of David Varinga. Good move there from Travis Nordia. He snuck up the inside and got ahead of JLR. So he moves himself up into the top 7, just behind James Barson. So it's a bit of an East London battle on now as well between those two. Paulievus as they go into this one. I was just double checking there. That long shot just showing us exactly how far the gaps have opened up between our top riders and that mid-pack pack. Up towards Beacon. Purificati's pulled slightly away now from Van Breda. That might be enough to keep him at the front. Leader crosses the line again, Seller, with 3 to go. Alan John Fenter, second place overall, also on the cards. Will be second in Class A for him. Purificati will get third on the road, third in Class A. Class B will be won out by Graham Van Breda at this point in time. And it'll be James Barson and Dave Varinga that are fighting for second and third in the Class B hunt. Class C, Johan Leroux, Peter DeVos. These are the only two that I can see on the screen. And of course, it'll be the 33 there of Raymond Kill who will be third in that little fight as we watch them go across the line. Aubrey and Dieter Hazeman fighting for 10th and 11th place. On that Trusella Angling Supplies Kawasaki. It's the wheels on line machine of David Varinga, just up the road from him. And on his towel is First for Cloud and First Digital Kawasaki, Aubrey Marine, number 48. This again is Damien Purificati up towards Beacon Corner. And again, the back end steps out. With 2 laps to go, Graham Van Breda saw that. Van Breda saw that for a second time, and he's now going to make it very difficult for Damien Pierre-Ficcardi to hang on for second place, or for third place. And once again, great shot there to show you just how easy David Ring is taking it on the amount of rubber he's got left on those R11s. Arguably the 2 bravest birds in the world on the right-hand side of that shot. Those little Egyptian geese have been on and off the track all day long trying to avoid race cars and race bikes in full flight down the beach straight away. Pierre-Ficcardi had a big moment onto the straight. He's pulled slightly ahead again of Graham Van Breda, but I thought Van Breda might just inch closer to him just to put a bit more pressure on and see if he can squeeze another mistake out of Damien Pierre-Ficcardi as they come up towards Beacon for the penultimate time. Leading bikes have started their final lap. It's Seller from AJ Fenter. There he is, through Potters and into the back markers. He's gone through there on Keel and Cruz, and he's coming up on Parassaman. He's caught Perron at a slightly better position than he did the last time. Last race he caught him going into Beacon and Perron didn't know he was there. And now Perron will certainly know he's there as he goes past him. And past the 2 geese on the right hand side. Defensive line from Pierre-Ficcardi keeping Van Breda at bay. Left hand side, you can see that Liqui banner in the background. They're going to be pretty happy with their man's performance here as he comes to take 2 wins out of 2 starts here at the East London Grand Prix circuit in round 5 of the Extreme Festival of Motorsport. Van Breda's closed, but I don't think he's going to be able to get past Pierre-Ficcardi as they come out of the complex. Here comes Seller. A little look over the shoulder just to make sure. He knows what the gap is though between himself and Alan John Fenter. I think he just caught Perron Parassaman in his peripherals and was just making sure that that wasn't AJ closing in on him. But it was definitely Perron. And AJ comes through for second. Here comes Pierre-Ficcardi for third. It'll be 1, 2, 3 in Class A there. And 1, 2, 3 overall on the road. Van Breda will be fourth, but first in Class B. And we wait for Travis Nordier, who should be the next bike in sight. Here he comes. Has he been able to keep out Peter de Vos? De Vos goes inside of him into the last corner and squeezes the local man out. And I think de Vos might get through ahead of him. He will. Peter de Vos just getting an opportunistic chance to dive through there on Travis Nordier. Moves himself up rapidly, about 4 positions there on that last lap. So he's moved himself up into what is now going to be 5th overall ahead of Travis Nordier and then Johan Leroux. So that's how it wraps up for Heat 2 of the Sunbet ZX10R Masters Cup, powered by Red Square, shot on Bridgestone tyres and riding ZX10R Kawasaki's. Great outing once again for our 2-wheel brigade, the premier class of motorcycle racing in South Africa at the moment. Up next, we're heading into the Extreme Supercars driven by Dunlop tyres this time, and they'll be on track shortly as we wrap things up there with our 2-wheelers. That was nice to see there on the left-hand side of that shot. You can actually see Clint going up to Liqui Moly to thank them for their support. As they come to the line now for race start, you can see we're going straight into the race. We're trying to get it as quickly done as possible because there are a couple of competitors that, of course, have got early flights out of East London. So no more grid proceedings, etc., as we would normally have. It's straight into race action. And that's possibly why there was a change up on that warm-up lap and straight into the start for the ZX10R Masters Cup earlier on. So just getting a heads up there on some of the messages that we missed out on while doing commentary. It looks like they're trying to make up as many of the laps lost and time lost during the day to ensure that everybody can catch those early flights if they're on them. So heading down into Cochabamba for the first time, leading things out as always, and pretty much has been the man to beat here this weekend, Stuart White, although he's been given a very good run for his money and is still being given an exceptionally good run for his money there by Arnie Neveling in the Bobcat and Goscore Audi out of Stradale Motorsport. So it's into Africa Mining with Stuart White out front in the Lamborghini Huracan Evo 3 with that R8 Audi on his tail. It's the Evo machine, also a Lamborghini Huracan of Silvio Scribanti. Looks like, Exo's up into 4th place. So Zolile getting a really good start off the line and getting away from both Aldo Scribanti. And on his tail, it's Jonathan du Toit. So right in the closing stages, Exo seemed to have a bit of a problem. He dropped right to the back of race number 1, but he's now fighting hard for race 2, that's for sure. And Aldo also coming through in the closing stages to change up his positions. But once again, top 2 off potters towards Rifle. A little bit closer this time from Arnie. Is he going to have a go possibly on the brakes? He's a lot closer on the brakes and possibly can go around. No, he can't go around the outside of Cochabamba. Unfortunately, there's just not enough room out there. And with the banking, it doesn't make it work. So we'll have to try and find another spot, maybe here on the beach straight. But as I say, that Lamborghini just pulls 2-3 kart lengths on acceleration due to the compromised outside line there from Arnie going into Cochabamba. So he'll lose a little bit of ground with that attempt to overtake. He'll make it up once again here through the complex. Past all his supporters on the sideline, just on the right-hand side of that shot. Shouting hard out there for the Bobcat and Goscore team driver. Interesting to see that next weekend both Zolile and Stuart White's cars will be involved in another championship. I believe Zolile was telling me yesterday that some international drivers coming out for that to share that Lamborghini that Stuart White is piloting. One of them being, of course, Axel Jeffries from South Africa. He's been fighting in international soil for a long, long time, but he'll make a welcome return to South African soil next weekend in that Stuart White car out front. Down towards the brakes, watching for Jonathan du Toit's progress. Has he been able to close that gap down slightly? He has, but Zolile still controls things and maintains 4th place on track ahead of du Toit. A lot of people on our social media asking where Franco is. I'm not quite sure, guys. He was touted to be here with his 2 cousins, the sheriff. Make it down here, so we're hoping to see his return to the Extreme Supercars driven by Dunlop by the time we get to the Killarney International Raceway for the penultimate round later on this season. Sims engineered cement and Scuderia Scribanti Lamborghini in 3rd with Silvio at the wheel. Pressure now on Zolile. Just in the background, picking up on that pressure being applied by Jonathan du Toit. Du Toit is certainly a lot closer to Zolile than what he has been, but then, as I say that, just seems to have the drive down the straight here, does Zolile. Remember, he's in the unlimited A+ category, so he's got slightly more power available to him as opposed to the GT3 spec car there behind him with Jonathan du Toit. Seeing here is Jonathan du Toit using his skills and experience to stay with the Foster car, but of course that's all in vain with the 3 big straights that you've got here at East London Grand Prix Circuit. The beach straight they're on now, the back straight they're about to get to after the complex. main straightaway. Because with these cars and the downforce and electronics that they've got to hold the cars on the road, it's basically flat through Potters, flat through Rifle. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, on that car there yesterday, Gary van der Spey was telling me the data reading on his car was about 287 k's an hour that he got to top speed just before Cochabana. 4 down and 8 laps to go. So looking in the background, looks like Charles might have gone into the pit lane in the Porsche. I'm not quite sure where he ended up, but we didn't see him go off in the background of any of the shots that I saw. But just watching that timing monitor, he's definitely gone astray. So maybe he went into pit lane. He's had enough testing in that Porsche GT3 MR. Slightly different version to the normal GT3 Cup cars that we've seen a few of in this country. 991 spec Porsche. But out of the MR Cup, which of course is a Porsche series that ran specifically at the Nürburgring and on the Nordschleife as well. So slightly wider body kit on it, different configuration to the setup on the car, different suspension system I think as well, if I'm not mistaken. I heard correctly from Charles yesterday in his interview. But certainly not a stock GT3 spec 911. I'll do. Also trying to close on the back end of Jono now. These two Lamborghinis very evenly matched, you can see just by the distance between them. So you could literally call this Lamborghini Cup because arguably that R8 came from the technology that was brought to the AEG group, of course, from Lamborghini side of things, all owned by a big group that consolidates Porsche, Lamborghini, Volkswagen, Seat and all of the big brands in Europe. And a lot of the development that goes into that R8 would have gone into these Lambos and vice versa, except usually not in the GT3 spec that they run in this class. Of course they would have all-wheel drive or quattro on that R8, but they're not allowed to. It has to be a rear-wheel drive car when it runs in A+ or in GT3, and even in the SRO championship as well, it runs as a rear-wheel drive car, not an all-wheel drive car, because otherwise it would have a huge advantage, of course, when it comes to the wet conditions that can happen and usually do at races like the Kyle Army 9 Hour 2 years in a row. So it's white out front. Looking at the lap time, 17s. No, they're not looking to break lap records here in the second heat. They attempted to try break the lap record in the first heat with slightly better conditions, more heat in the track, but didn't work out for Stuart White. I think his best was a 16 flat, so he needed to get into the low 15s if he wanted to beat the lap record. He did that in qualifying, down to 15:11 in qualifying, so he was close to lap record pace but couldn't quite produce it during the race. Halfway stage was reached on the last lap. It's about to get into the second half now completely, with 5 laps to go and 7 completed. Evenly matched top two, 17.024, 17.064 between White and Neveling. Amazing to think that's only a 0.4 gap between the two of them as they cross the line in full flight. Looks more than that on the track, looks more than that when you look at it on the screen. But the gap is only 0.04 of a second between White and Neveling as they cross over the finish line and activate that timing beam. Aldo on a bit of a late charge here as well. Seems to have turned the wick up slightly, trying to close down on Jonathan du Toit, who in turn is doing a similar kind of effort there to get onto Exo's tail. Solide, I think, is going to be able to hold him off with the straight line speed that he's got in the unlimited car. You can see here, here's where Jonathan comes into his own. In the complex, he can use his experience and driver skill to close in on Zolile. He might not be getting the exact lines that he needs to coming out of the complex, but of course as soon as he gets on the straight and he plants that right foot down, that allows him to get away. Watch this now. As they come out, hopefully Darryl will stay with us, and you'll see change of surface flag being shown there. Ooh, I wonder who's had a problem on the circuit. Change of surface down towards Potters. That is definitely not something you want to see. Or maybe it's just, it's something that's come off another car there, heading along the main straightaway. You'd see bits and pieces of car there. I wonder who's been off and maybe done some damage to a diffuser or a splitter or something like that, because that's what it looked like on that main straight. So leader's there. Is Stuart White gone missing? I think it's Stuart White. I think Stuart White has gone missing. Yes, he has. Stuart White has gone missing. Maybe he ran wide at Beacon, did some damage to the undercarriage of that car, and that's what the change of surface was. So as they come through now, this is going to be the Bobcat R8 of Arnie Neveling to take the lead with 3 laps to go. And of course, if there was damage on Stuart White's car, he would have seen it and probably felt it as the car broke pieces off the car. There is Stuart White. Yeah, he's dropped right behind Zolile now. So there's some kind of damage on the Inter Africa Mining Lamborghini of Stuart White. That is going to move Zolile up into 3rd place, Silvio into 2nd. As I say that, I also didn't pick up on Silvio crossing the line. I might have missed him. Yeah, so there's bits and pieces of Stuart's car down the main straightaway. So I would assume something broke on that car in the undercarriage or diffuser, maybe the splitter on the front as he ran wide. I would also assume at Beacon to do the damage to the car. And he's pulled into pit lane. So it's Neveling who leads out now. There is Silvio, so apologies on that. I didn't see him go through. So I was just contemplating where he was. He's got no damage, so he's still in 2nd. Zolile is up to 3rd. So we got Class A plus 1, 2, and 3. No, we got Class A plus 1 and 2. Silvio, I think, is GD3 this weekend. Well, he was supposed to. He might have changed to A plus. I think he's actually changed to A plus. No, he's changed to A plus, so it's 1, 2, and 3 for A plus at the moment. And GT3 in 4th place with Jonathan du Toit leading that class. He doesn't really have to fight Zolile. Stewie's back on track. So a quick little dash into pit lane there for the Inter Africa Mining team to have a look at that car. See if we, I was going to say, I hope we'll see the back of that car. See what kind of damage might have been done to the car. So we're on to the final lap. Oh, no, we're not. We've still got 1 to go. Penultimate lap here for the Bobcat and Goscore Audi R8. Oh, Arnie Neveling's going to be loving life here. He's been gifted a chance of a top spot on the podium in the Extreme Supercars driven by Dunlop at East London Grand Prix circuit. If there's ever a track you want to win at, this is certainly one of them. Lots of crowd support, lots of support from his team as well as they start the last lap. Great to see on the sideline in the complex as well his own sponsors coming to see what he could potentially do here. With this win and the gap he's got, could potentially take overall for the day as well. So Arnie Neveling looking to wrap up an overall victory here. Never mind just the win in Class A plus here for Heat 2. Into Butts Bend he goes for the last time. Flicks it right into the S. Away from him there on the sideline as he comes through there on the slowdown lap, but he's not slowing down now. He's got a couple of 100 meters to go up this back straight away. Probably about 400 odd meters still to go to the line. And it's going to be a win for the Bobcat Goscourt Stradale Motorsport Audi R8. And Arnie Neveling in race 2 of the Extreme Supercars driven by Dunlop. Brilliant job there from him. Really nicely done. Silvio Scribanti going to come through for second place. So it's A+, 1 and 2. Will Zolile be able to hang on, or was Jonathan DeToy squeezed through on Zolile? I think DeToy might have got through. No, he hasn't. I was looking at him earlier on. He looked quite racy and up for the challenge, but he's going to settle for third, take the win in GT3s, score the points in the GT3 class. 4th overall, though, in amongst those unlimited cars is a good drive from Jono. Aldo will come through just behind them. Unfortunately, we lost Charles earlier on. He pulled off the circuit into pit lane right at the beginning of the race, actually. So only completing 2 laps there. And Stuart White eventually comes through to be the last car across the line for Heat 2 of Extreme Supercars driven by Dunlop. So it's Neveling taking the win over Silvio Scribanti and Zolile Latlaka. That is Class A+, 1, 2 and 3 overall. Class GT3 goes to Jonathan DeToy in 4th, and then it would be Charles Ranges. Even though he's only done 2 laps, he should still be classified as your Class A winner in the Porsche. Up next, we're going into InvestChem Formula 1600s. So looking forward to some more single-seater action out on track. They'll be back on track shortly, and we'll be back with commentary in a few moments' time. slightly dirtier track than what they had earlier on today. There's a lot of dust that's come off the side of the roads of the access, the vantage points that our crowd have come in. So they'll be looking to try and stay on the clean line as much as possible, especially at the start on cold tyres, and not have any issues potentially that could ruin their day and championship points that can be scored here. Battle expected once again between the top two there. Casey Ensel-Smith taking first blood earlier this morning ahead of Jagger Robertson. Siyabonga Monkonkwana and Karabo Malamela. Alex Foss chatted to him just in the break. Actually saw him just when I went to go and get something to drink, and he was saying that it just didn't quite go into plan going into the complex. He just got squeezed out and dropped too far back. Very difficult to try and come back here, even with the slipstream ability of these cars. It's the timing of the slipstream that you have to get right. So we got Srin Naidu up there as well, ahead of Karabo Malamela. In fact, Karabo, I'm trying to pick up where he is. He's right at the back. Why is he dropped right to the back of the pack? Is there a problem there on Karabo's car? There's a problem on Karabo's car. I think he's battling to get it into gear. It's stuck in first by the looks of it. So Karabo Malamela might not start this one. He might have to go into pit lane for a quick adjustment. Casey Ensel-Smith, Jagger Robertson front row. It'll be Siyabonga Monkonkwana, I think, who'll be on his own now in that second row, unless Alex Foss moves up slightly with the qualification, how they qualified for race 2. Srin Naidu, Storm Lanfear, Michael Besaidenote. They'll come and take up their positions now. Let's see, last minute effort they've just been put in to try and heat up the rubber a little bit on the start. Rear wheel drive cars these. And you can see both the top two, they're just accelerating from an almost stopped position to get some heat into the rubber to avoid spinning off the line. So Jagger Robertson will take up his position on pole. Casey Ensel-Smith will line up alongside him. It is Monkonkwana and Foss for the second row. Third row will be Srin Naidu, and alongside him is that Karabo. It is. So Karabo Malamela takes up his position in 6th place. We have got almost green flag conditions at the back. Manny Ribeiro just jumping over the wall there, giving his final instruction there to Renzo. And he'll be looking to push through and resume his battle with Michael Besaidenote at the back of the pack. 5-second board moves away. Lights go on and off very quickly, on and very quickly off as well. And everybody off the line pretty smoothly. Yet again, Jagger Robertson getting outgunned, possibly by Alex Foss as well as they go in towards turn 1. Foss has gone round the outside and going to have to try and keep that outside line open to him. Michael Besaidenote trying to squeeze through on the inside there. Malamela is side by side with him as they head towards Rifle. But it is Casey Ensel-Smith and Alex Foss that are 1 and 2 as they come towards Kokobana. Bit of dust in the background there, being kicked up straight into the face of these single-seaters with open cockpits. It means it goes right into your helmet. Bit of smoke. Oh, and a touch! Big touch between Renzo Ribeiro and Storm Lanfear coming out of Kokobana. Locking wheels up there has ended up in far worse scenarios over the last couple of seasons. We've seen some big moments at Kokobana. Fortunately, both drivers able to get through there. Here comes an attack, though, from Jagger. Jagger looking dangerous, looking to try and get back at Casey. He has to be ahead of him. He can't allow Casey Ensel-Smith to be out front and get away from him. That's what happened in the first heat. It looks like Jagger's feeling a little bit more racy here in race 2. And certainly wants to give Casey a run for his money as they go towards Beacon. Casey goes defensive. Jagger pulls out. He's going to try. Oh! Did he tag him as he came across? I think he did. Casey Ensel-Smith got tagged from the back as Jagger Robertson tried to come and undercut him. He went left and right trying to get around the outside of the car in front of him. And it's now allowed Alex Foss to squeeze through, possibly for the lead. So Casey Ensor-Smith has dropped right down to the back of the pack, but it's Alex Voss who's taken the lead. Let's have a look. Is there some damage on the front nose cone there of Jagger Robertson? I didn't see any damage, but it might have been a light touch, just enough to spin Casey out. Casey Ensor-Smith went defensive. Maybe Paulie can give us a replay. There we go. Oh, yes. No, definitely a tag there from Jagger Robertson from the back end of the car. And Ensor-Smith hits the 50-meter board, slides up and over Beacon Corner, right in front of the man who tagged him. And Jagger Robertson, I think, could be in a little bit of trouble there from the COC. You can understand what he was trying there. He was trying to get around the outside and change up the line into Beacon Corner to take the slightly later apex, but it didn't quite work out because he just touched the back end of Ensor-Smith's car. He leads out at the moment, ahead of Foss and Munkankwana. And then it's Srinadu and Malamela, then Michael Besaidenote, and then Casey Ensor-Smith trying to come back. Ensor-Smith has got a bit of damage on that car. You see the right pod, or the left pod of the car, right as we look at it, was slightly damaged as he came over the grass and onto the bank corner here at Beacon. See if you can pick. I couldn't really see on that shot because he pulled away just at the last minute there. But first 6 across the line. Here they come. Munkankwana around the outside of Potters. Oh, man, that is so close. Foss realizing how dangerous that was and backed out. But it's allowed Malamela a chance. Karaba going to go on the inside of Rifle. And Foss backing out into Potters has cost him 2 positions into Rifle. First Munkankwana, now Malamela. Malamela going on the inside of Munkankwana into Kokobana. And he's through. How's that for opportunistic driving from Karaba Malamela? 2 positions in 2 corners. And now looks to try and hunt down the leader, Jagger Robertson. So it's Malamela in second. Munkankwana in third. Foss down to 4th place at the moment. Not where he wants to be. Not after the start he got. He was challenging for the lead at one point. Michael Besaidenote closes on the back end of Srinadu. So it's now basically a 5-way fight for second. Up the hill they come again. Picking up this battle for 4th and 5th place at the moment, starting to heat up between Nadu and Michael Besaidenote. It's actually 5 and 6 on the road, but it's 4th and 5th in that pack of cars. And then Casey Ensor-Smith still circulating in 7th, trying to recover. If he's able to get back to that front pack and get into the mix there again, will just show you the kind of effort that is required to win championships, particularly in this single-seater class, which is so evenly matched. Back onto the beach straight they go. No changes there other than a little bit of pressure in the background that you can see coming from Michael Besaidenote on the back end of Srinadu. Foss is almost at Munkankwana's door, about to knock and look for a way through. Casey closing rapidly. So Smith lap times are 26.8, and he's closing on Srinadu, who's doing 28s. 28s out of Foss, 27s out of Siabonga Munkankwana. So fastest man on the track at the moment is Karabo Malamela on 26.64. But a 26.826 from Casey Ensor-Smith makes him second fastest. Karaba putting in the hot laps, trying to close down, of course, on Jagger Robertson. And he puts in another fast one, 26.2 this time from Malamela. 4 laps down, 6 to go. Robert Malamela closing on the back end of Jagger Robertson. Foss closing on Munkankwana. Battle for 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 starting to heat up here in the closing stages. Not the closing stage, the halfway stage. Invest Chem drivers going through the complex there. That Production X car of Srinadu is looking up the road. He'd like to bridge that gap to Alex Fast, but it's not going to be an easy thing to do. Jagger hangs on for the lead for now. Malamela's on his tail though. Halfway stage reach, 5 done, 5 to go. Lap times there, 26.6s, 26.2s, 26.3 from Foss, 26.8 out of Srinadu, 26.6 out of Mikkel Besaidnout, and a 26.2 again from Casey. So Ansel Smith is not going to give this up without a fight. He knows that there's still another 5 laps to go. He knows he's still got a chance of catching at least the 2 in front of him. Might not be able to get higher up than that, but that'll certainly bring him back into at least some point scoring positions that may still keep him at the front of the championship. That's of course after what's decided after that little tag that he got here from Jagger Robertson. How much closer he is to the Huawei car there of Michael Besaidnout. Jagger just maintaining that small margin over Malamela. Matches him on the brakes, matches him on the acceleration point out of the corners. No real answer to the pace Jagger's setting there for Malamela. Nkwana could say the same thing there about Foss. And Besaidnout's been caught and passed by Casey Ansel Smith. So Ansel Smith into the top 6. Next target, Srinadu. Shouldn't be too long if he carries on with this kind of pace. Look at the corner speed he's carrying through Rifle. He's closed right on Naidu's tail. A little bit of smoke coming out of the back end of that Liqui Moly Toriano Toyota sponsored Formula 1600 of Jagger Robertson. So as he goes down the gearbox, I'm just a bit concerned because he has had gearbox issues. We saw that in PE a couple of weekends ago. Malamela closing rapidly, Foss closing on the back end of Nkwana as well. 2 very, very good fights on the cards here at the front end. Look at the one just behind that. Casey's through. Casey Ansel Smith has got through on Srinadu and he's now up to 5th. He will set his sights on closing down Alex Foss and Siabonga Nkwana and at least try and get back on the podium. That would be an incredible drive. So top 4 about to complete another lap. We got 3 to go, 7 down. 26.5 from Jagger, 26.6 Karabo, 26.9, 5.9 out of Nkwana. Casey Ansel Smith, 26.2 again. Yeah. If you want to have a look at the lap times, don't even look anymore, Greg. Just go 26.2 for Casey because he's hitting them every single lap. Consistency of note from Ansel Smith to try and recover. Sliding down into the bank turn. Ooh, a little bit out of shape there for Michael Besaidnout. Good catch though from him. Back into the complex 4. The Liqui Moly Pretoria Toyota and Jagger Robertson behind the wheel of that car. Besaidnout. Has he got something maybe up his sleeve here for these last couple of laps to find a way through there on Srinadu? Go.
Pushing him now.
Oh, he's pushing hard. Malamela is pushing hard big time. So as we go into this one, of course, there's a couple of little argy-bargies that have happened all the way through this race. So busy day in the office, I think, at the end to sort out exactly what's going on here. But wow, it's incredible to see how close this action is and just how hard these guys are fighting for this championship. Here comes Malamela on Jagger, looking for a way through. Michael Mercedes trying to find a way through there on Srinada in the background. Malamela is right on Jagger's tail now and getting very, very racy. Looking for a chance now to squeeze through on the leader. Jagger fending him off with all he can. Here they come up to the top of the hill for the penultimate time. Is Malamela close enough? He's going to try around the outside. Jagger holds his line. It's kind of what he thought, I think, Casey Ensel Smith was going to do, hold his line and not come across on him. That's exactly what happened. And here they come to start the final lap. Malamela going to try and use that slipstream. He's pulled out of the slipstream early to try and get through on Jagger. Jagger's going to try and hold him off and fend him off into turn one on the inside line, the preferred line to be on. But Malamela's going to try and drive around his outside. And he does, through Potters. That is a massive move there from Karabo Malamela. Now goes high and wide. Jagger Robertson is going to try and come back at him now down towards Kokobana. He's got good drive as well out of rifle, and he goes around the outside. Has he got enough time to stop, though, into Kokobana? No, he hasn't. Race 2 of Astron Energy Polo Cup now on the circuit. And guys and girls making their way down towards Cochabana, trying to get some heat into those Dunlops. Much heat available still now on the circuit. The track conditions have cooled completely compared to race 1. And also you can see them braking on the straight there, trying to get some heat into the Ferodo brakes as well. Need to be as cool, calm and collected now for the restart of race 2, because there's a couple of changes there after race number 1, as you can see. And pole position will be Ethan Kutsia after his fastest lap from race 1. Saw him outgun the rest of the field. It's Charles Smallberger, Jason Loosemore and Carl Visser that will be just behind him, and alongside him on the front row Smallberger. Behind him of course is Loosemore and Visser. Then Victor and Roshan Goodman, who was 6th quickest in race 1. Up ahead of Mocha Rodeo, who starts slightly higher up than what he did in the first race. It will be definitely a big win there for Mo, but he's alongside Tyler Robinson, who's had a great couple of battles with him in the past. Hannes Skippers, and then Jean-Andre Maria, and at the back Nirav Singh. And then of course the Masters will line up in the back of that as they come to the line. Two separate starts, remember, here for the Polo Cup. One will be for the Cup class, one will be for the Masters. Of course it'll also be after one more lap behind the safety car. And we'll roll to the line, form up now, and then go behind the safety car for one more lap. I wasn't quite sure if they were going to do that, because all the other categories have kind of forfeited the formalities to get through the race day a bit quicker before we lose sunlight.
To get all spectators behind the second yellow line, please. Moving into place now. That's the 58 car.
So I met you the kid there, just telling Ethan to come right up to the front. As you can see here, from JRT Racing, and his son at the wheel of the 58 car on pole. Waiting for Charles Smallberger to make his way through to the front as well.
Moving into his place now. He is on the second row of the grid alongside Jason Loosemore.
So there he comes through the middle of the pack. Charles Smallberger to second place on the grid for Sabertech and OMP. Loosemore alongside Carl Visser. Nathan Victor and Roshan Goodman just behind them. So it's all the usual contenders that'll be looking to get underway here for the start of race 2. You can see the crowd have still stuck around as well. Lots of guys up here on the gallery, on the main grandstand, and up on the control tower's first floor. But an incredible crowd here at East London Grand Prix Circuit all the way around as well. Astron Energy Polo GTI makes its way down towards turn 1. That is our official pace car and safety car for the Astron Energy Polo Cup. Dunlop tyres on these cars, Ferodo brakes. Phenomenal to have Astron back again as our fuel supplier and naming rights sponsor with the Polo Cup, taking over a couple of long-standing relationships with previous sponsors, showing that a lot of times sponsors involved with Polo Cup stick around for a long time because of the return on investment that they get. There in the background you can also see the Masters category making its way down towards turn 1. Derek Smallberger, Wayne Masters, John Kruger, Luigi Ferro, Mike Barbaglia, Elio Mussolini, and of course Chris Dale in there as well. So we've seen some epic second races so far. Some nice action in the ZX10R Masters Cup. Phenomenal action in the Investcam Formula 1600s only a couple of minutes ago. Extreme Supercars driven by Dunlop kind of just unfortunately petered out a little bit there with the small field we had, but still some great racing. Seeing Arnie Neveling take a victory over Stuart White after he had a small incident with what looks like either his diffuser or his rear wing that had a problem. And shattered down the main straightaway and leaving bits and pieces of that all over. I think while we were watching, if you were watching at that stage, I wanted to jump in and say there's about R500,000 worth of carbon fibre and plastic on the main straightaway there. But, Marshall's did an amazing job to clear it up so we could go racing again. So we've got Polar Cup, we've got Touring Cars and Super Cup, and we've got Kazoo Racing left for the day. So that Astron Energy Polo GTI, bringing them all under starters orders. He'll peel off into the pit lane and leave Ethan Garcia to bring them to the line. So I don't want to get there too fast because a couple of guys might just lag slightly. There's always some tactics and antics that happen as they roll to the line, trying to keep the cars out front maybe on the line a little bit longer than they should be because of the tyres going down in temperature pretty rapidly, particularly at this time of the afternoon. So Ethan lines up. Smallberger taking his time up to get up to second. Loosemore's right there. He wants to get this done. He needs to get a win in the bag here. The official results, of course, of race 1 were posted but then withdrawn. Some protests and some hearings to be held afterwards to sort out exactly what's going to happen with the overall results for today and the results particularly for race 1 after a couple of incidents. We want to try and stay incident free here for race 2, but with Polo Cup, that's highly unlucky. Here we go. Under starters orders. 5-second board is up. Lights are about to go on. We're going racing. And Garcia's off the line like a rocket ship. Ethan Garcia disappearing literally off the line as we go aerial material down towards turn 1. But around his outside, Smallberger on the cleaner line has got a slightly better start. Luigi Mussolini trying to fight his way through there from the back end of the pack as we see his slightly elderly statesman from the Mussolini family getting off the line at the back end. Nirav Singh side by side with Tyler Robinson going around the outside, this time staying on track. What a start there from the Kyle Army exhaust man. He's made his way up into what is now 9th place off the start. Great start there from him. The ninja on the move for sure as they come up onto braking for Kokobana for the first time. It's Smallberger who lost out slightly on the start there. Mo Karodia made up 2 positions. He's now tucked in behind. I think by the looks of it there, is that Loosemore who's dropped back so far? Or is that possibly Roshan Goodman? Yeah, it's Goodman that he'll be there with. Because Loosemore is right there behind the lead car of Ethan Garcia. Smallberger. Then it's Carl Visser. Summit Racing's Nathan Victor in 5th. Into the complex for the first time. Slightly different lines there from a couple of drivers. To use an advantage that they might have worked on through their practice sessions. Masters is led out by Smallberger. He's got Masters on his tail. The Alpha ESS car attacking that Sabertech OMP machine. Mike Barbaglia up to 4th behind John Kruger. Great start there from Mike B. This is late on the brakes, trying to get on the inside of Smallberger. Smallberger on the inside of Loosemore. A touch between Smallberger and Loosemore as they come out of turn number 7 here. Big move there to keep it all together, but Loosemore's been able to just hang on, only just ahead of Smallberger. But Visser's going to catch Smallberger out here by the looks of it. The tag there between Visser and Loosemore, between Smallberger and Loosemore has allowed Visser in with a chance. And around the outside, oh, that's a big tag! Visser goes wide. There goes Nathan Victor into the side and onto the side barrier there. A massive moment through Potter's Pass. That's exactly what goes wrong if it does go wrong. He's caught it incredibly. How did he catch that? Nathan Victor went sideways and I thought he was going to go up the banking and into the crowd. Victor managed to catch it and stayed on the grass. He's eventually come back on track, but Smallberger and Visser touching through Potters. That is something you don't want to do. Visser tried to go around the outside. He tried to have what they say is, has always said here in East London, the balls for Potters. He had it, but he just couldn't hang on, and he went wide as he got tagged by Smallberger. Smallberger and him coming together. They're still in each other's grass there, as you can see. But look at this. Look at the dust in the background there. From our aerial shot here coming into the complex, the dust in the background was due to the fact that we had 3 cars go off. Smallberger went on the inside line onto the grass. Visser caught it, but he was able to just slide slightly onto the grass. But it was Nathan Victor with some incredible driving skills that went wide to avoid the 2 cars spinning in front of him. Paul, if you've got that on a slow-mo, let's have a look at that again. But that was incredible. So here they come up towards Beacon as we wait for that replay to come into shot. Paulie will let me know when it comes. Roshan Goodman, Visser, Hannes Skipper's fighting hard there as well. And just behind that, you can see they're all lined up, ready to pounce. But Goodman is keeping them at bay at the moment as they cross the line and head down towards Potters again. This time it's Mo Karodi going to try around the outside. So let's just settle things down there. Ethan Gutsia leads out. Loosemore in second. That's how it stands at the moment. But then it's a little bit further back to Smallberger. And Jean-Dre Marais up to his best finish so far, or best position ever in Polo Cup, up to 4th. He avoided all the action, that's why. Tyler Robertson did the same. She's made her way up now into what is 5th place, ahead of her 3rd teammate, Roshan Goodman. So as we saw in the first heat, yet again, dominance there from Team Red. This time out, though, it's 4 of the 6 out front of Team Red. So all 4 cars in the top 6 there from that stable. Behind that, Skippers, then Karodia. Nirav Singh in the Kyalami exhaust car. Great start from him. He's sitting currently in 9th place ahead of Pierluigi Mussolini in the FSS machine. Wayne Masters continues to lead out in the Masters category. There we can see him in that Alpha ESS machine, just ahead of the Sabertech and OMP car of Derek Smallberger. They've dropped John Kruger slightly there in the Habot Performance Lubricants car, and look at that, it's Chris Dale who's made his way up into 4th place now, ahead of Luigi Ferro, ahead of Mike Barbaglia, and of the return of Visser. Here comes a move around the outside. This time it's Anna Skipper's trying to find a slightly different line out of Beacon to get through on Roshan Goodman. Watch for the push to pass as he got one. Does he engage it down the straight to try and find a way through there on Goodman? They are very evenly matched, and they still almost side by side. It's sort of front wheel and rear wheels that are side by side as they cross the line there, completing the next lap. Let's have a look at this replay. Here we go. It's Visser who comes straight across on Smallberger. Smallberger goes inside. How in this world did Nathan Victor miss Carl Visser and still keep it on the grass? Watch there. Here he comes. Back on track. Back to the front and back onto the circuit. After a nearly, that's probably about 200 and odd k's an hour in a Polo through Potters. Wow. Great job, Rooster. Top Gun are calling. They want you back again, buddy. That was an amazing bit of driving there from Nathan Victor. I've hardly ever seen anybody catch it in that situation before. And in 27 years of commentary, there's hardly anybody who's come out of that scenario the way that Nathan Victor has. It usually ends up far worse, with lots of damage and lots of injuries. So hats off there, Nathan Victor and Summit Racing. Is it Nathan Victor coming through this pack? I think just in the background of the Masters as well. It could be, now that he's recovered. Did he peel back into pit lane? That is Visser who's on Kruger's tail. I'm just trying to pick up in the background there if we can see Nathan Victor's return, because he would have dropped in just behind Visser. This is Roshan Goodman. Look at the tail he's got on him. He's got 5 cars pushing on. Karodia, Singh, and Skippers. So Mo Karodia and Nirav Singh have now moved up. What a bit of driving there from Nirav Singh. I saw him come through the field rapidly. Remember the first heat, he went off at Potters. And he actually caught it nicely as well, but it was only just off the grass and then back on he wasn't as far wide and off the track as what Nathan Victor was. If they're going to award the award that they do here every single year at an event when we come and race Extreme Festival or any of the big events down here at the East London Grand Prix circuit, they normally give out a Balls for Potters award. I can tell you right now there's only one man who's going to have that award today, and that is Nathan Victor. So out front it's Ethan Coetzee disappearing from Jason Loosemore. Loosemore realizing that Victor's off. He's probably been told in his onboard comms with his team that Victor's right at the back and out of the points, so he doesn't necessarily have to fight with Ethan Coetzee. Leave Ethan alone, just concentrate on staying in second and don't let Charles Smallberger catch you. Leave Charles to fight it up with Jean-Dre, Tyler Robertson and Roshan, your teammates. Oh, a little touch between Mo Karodia and another touch there between him and Singh. Singh hangs on. Oh, bodywork goes flying. Someone picked it up. I think it might have been Masters. Masters has got a bit of a hood ornament on there, I think, as he comes out of the, yeah, there it is. It's on the front end of his car. There it goes flying off the car now. But Masters picking up a bit of a hood ornament as he went through the sweep. Nirav Singh has hung on. He stays ahead of Mo Karodia. He makes a little mistake up into Beacon, opening up the door there for Karodia. Karodia gets a tag from the back. Skippers squeezing through the middle. Man, where is Hunter Skippers think he is here? This is an incredible bit of driving. Skippers now side by side with Mo Karodia. And right on their tail comes Nirav Singh. Karodia hits the front. This is just incredible driving coming out of this. And now Mussolini's in there too. Pierluigi Mussolini fighting hard there. It's a battle of the rookies versus the guys who've been here before, and a master thrown in the mix. So Wayne Masters now joins that party. I don't think it's the party he wants to be at, though, to be honest with you. I don't want to be in there myself, Wayne. And he's still got that hood ornament on the front of the car. Whichever bit of bodywork that was off whichever car, I think it might have been off Mo Karodia's. It's eventually gone. There it goes flying off at Kokobana under braking. But I think it might have been a bit of Mo Karodia's car that came off, or maybe on Nirav's car when the two of them touched going into the sweep. So, sorry, into Cox Corner just before the sweep. So here they come into Butt Bend. Karodia from Mussolini, from Masters, from Singh. On his tail is Skippers. Hunter Skippers was trying to sort of squeeze through as if he was like doing some dental technician work there, trying to find a gap there between the white cars who were just ahead of him. Smallberger and Fisser coming through the field, trying to close in on the back end here. Now, as I said, does Wayne Masters really want to be involved in this little battle? If I was him, I'd get out of it completely, but he's got no choice. He's stuck in the midst of all of this action that's happening there as well now. Trying to find a way through on Mussolini, forces his way past. Pierluigi Mussolini makes a small mistake. Nirav Singh coming across onto Skippers. Skippers on the inside line, just gets past and now tries to do the same thing as they come across the line again. This is arguably the best Polo Cup race we've had all season. This is action-packed in this mid-pack. And Mussolini tucks in behind Skippers. Masters is through. He's pulled a small margin over Dr. Hunter Skippers. Pierluigi Mussolini and Nirav Singh coming back at the FSS International car now as they head towards Rifle. Kyle Army exhausts. Ninja Nirav on the tail of Pierluigi Mussolini. It's the two rookies going at it. These two guys have come here for the very first time this weekend to race in Astron Energy Polo Cup. And they are having a baptism of fire of note here. Brilliant stuff from the two of them. Derek Smallberger trying to close in. This is our leader. No worries at all here for Ethan Coetzee for JRT Racing. The win is his. I think Jason Newsmore is looking at the bigger picture and doesn't want to go and get involved and have to fight it there with Ethan Coetzee. He will have to worry a little bit about that Sabertech OMP car behind him of Charles Smallberger, who incredibly has recovered to third place after going off after that massive incident between himself and Fisser, and of course the wide and high-flying Summit Racing car of Nathan Victor. Jean-Dre Marais in his best position ever. Tyler Robertson is right on his tail. There's no love lost, there's no team orders other than to take each other out. Do not do that. But every man and lady for himself out there. And Jean-Dre has now got 3 laps of intense pressure being applied by his teammate. Roshan, not too far behind that, could join the party, make it a 3-way fight for the final 3 steps of the podium, with Team Red Racing sitting in 4, 5 and 6. They're also in second place with Loosemore. Tyler onto the back end of Jean-Dre as they come through towards rifle range. Into rifle bend they go. That's their teammate Loosemore. That's the gap he's got to try and he's not going to catch that car. Ethan Kutsia's got this. Unless something goes wrong on that JRT racing machine, Kutsia's victory is in the bag. We'll keep an eye on that battle just in the background for fourth. Watch in the background as well, a little bit of action starting to rip it up there between the Masters at the back of that pack. Gendre into butt bend and into the S's. Through the left and the right. And then back through the double left-hander here. At Cox Corner, now heading towards the right-hand sweep, taking them back up the hill towards Beacon. I think these top three are going to finish up exactly as they are. I don't think anyone's going to push anything right now, realizing the survival rate of this race. And, Charles Smallberger. Dude, also take my hat off to you, buddy. Inside line through Potters on the grass to bring it back and still get back up into the top three. Superb bit of driving. Here we go, back to this pack. Singh now onto Mussolini. Grosso Forza car and Kyle Army exhaust machine now trying to find a way through on the FSS International machine. Here comes Fisser. Fisser's joined that party. So Kyle Fisser has bridged the gap and has joined into the fight here with Nirav Singh. I think he's gone past him. He's got alongside him and he's looking to try and close down on Mussolini just up the road. Fisser this time is on the inside. Is Nirav going to try and hang on to that outside line? He is! Oh, man! Slices right across the nose there of Kyle Fisser, and this time Fisser had to back out. He knows what can go wrong there, and he's not going to tempt fate twice. So Fisser rolling out of that one completely, giving Nirav Singh the line through Potter's Pass. Incredibly, that is the fight for 10, 11, and 12th place on track. Can you believe it? So fights all the way through this field. Fisser now trying to close back. Here comes Derek Smallberger about to join the party. Does he really want to be involved in this Masters class battle? How's this little fight though? It's changed up into the hands of Tyler Robinson. She's got through on Gendre. And Roshan has closed them both down. Three-way fight amongst the teammates. Team Red Racing fighting for 5, 6, and 7th place. Sorry, make that 4, 5, and 6th place. Beg your pardon. 4, 5, and 6th place up towards Beacon. Tyler with the advantage at the moment. 1 lap to go. As I said, the top three I don't think are going to change. They're going to settle for 1, 2, and 3. They'll take those points, but it's not done yet between Tyler Robertson, Jean-Andre Marais, and Roshan Goodman as they come across for 4, 5, and 6. There they go. On to the last lap. A little bit of a gap down to Masters, who leads out that second pack. In fact, it's the third pack of cars. And that third pack of cars has also got Karodia, Skippers, Mussolini, Fisser, and Nirav Singh. And about to join the party, Derek Smallberger, if I'm not mistaken. He's not too far off the back end of that little fight too. John Kruger's been left behind. Nirav looks like he's got a problem. Nirav's dropping back. Nirav Singh with a bit of a problem. He's dropping by the wayside, so there must have been an issue there for Nirav on that last lap. So the Kyle Army exhaust man unfortunately dropping by the wayside here and off the timing sheet. Here comes Roshan Goodman, side by side with Jean-Andre Marais, heading towards Butts Bend. His teammate Loosemore in second is already through there and through the S. Ethan Kutsia up the road is the man we need to look out for the checkered flag. He's going to be taking that one easily in the end. He stayed out of harm's way. In fact, the top two definitely stayed out of harm's way with the action that was happening right behind them. That could have ended up so much worse, I can't even tell you. The amount of times I've been on a microphone where something's gone wrong at Potters and it ends up in some serious damage to cars and bodies. Very lucky here. But a great drive from Ethan Kutsia. From pole to the flag and the victory here at East London's second race of Astron Energy Polo Cup. Great drive from Jason Loosemore for second. That'll score him some points, keep him at the front of the championship. Wayne Masters is going to look for the championship win in the Masters category here, staying ahead of this epic battle that was behind. Mo Karodia, Hunter Skippers, Fisser coming alongside Skippers to the line. Can he maybe just squeeze him out to the line? We'll wait and see. Is it going to be Fisser through? It is! Fisser just getting through there ahead of Hunter Skippers. Then it's Pierluigi Mussolini, Derek Smallberger behind him, second in the Masters. What a race. That was incredible stuff. But it's exactly what Astron Energy Polo Cup always bring to the party. Brilliant bit of driving there from a whole bunch of drivers. Most improved drives coming out of Pierluigi Mussolini, out of Nirav Singh. Although I must say, I think he's dropped back and possibly out of the race there in the closing stages. But he was in the hunt. Ethan Kutsia taking a victory. That just deserves a massive hat off to him and to the team down at JRT Racing Experience. Jason Newsmore continues to lead the championship with the second place. It's a good weekend there for Jay, but of course they've still got to sort out what happened in race 1 between him and Nathan Victor later on this afternoon. So that will still be decided as to what the eventual outcome of that situation would be. Tyler Robertson, Roshan Goodman, Jean-Andre Marais. Team Red Racing in full flight for 4, 5 and 6. Wayne Masters 7th overall and the win in the Masters, beating out Kurodia and Fisser. And what a good run there from Hannes Skippers and Pierluigi Mussolini as well. So that is Astron Energy Polo Cup Race 2. Wow. They kept the best right to the last. Hopefully we're going to see some good action as well from the Touring Cars and Super Cup. And Gazoo Racing still coming away in a few moments' time. We'll be back shortly. Rolling out now for race 2 is the South African Touring Cars and Super Cup combined. And we're in for another 10 laps of absolute mayhem. Hopefully not. How well have we gone by the last 3 races in a row? That's exactly what's happened. So hopefully they can keep the trend going with great race action. Maybe with not as much attrition rate or crashes, but certainly in for another big battle here amongst the touring cars and the Super Cup class. One car that will not be on the grid, unfortunately, will be Julian van der Walt after the GTI 8 rolled in turn 3, Cochabana. So I don't think that car's been sorted out in time. I know that I didn't hear anything other than good things coming about Julian getting out of the car and walking away on his own steam, so hopefully he's all okay. I haven't unfortunately got any information other than that. Maybe Paul did, I'm not sure. I didn't pick up on anything from any of the groups, so we must assume that everything was okay. Saad Variawa maybe looking to improve slightly there in race 2. Certainly some big improvements expected from these 3. As there was a DNF from Saud Variawa. Problems for both the other Toyota Corollas. But Michael van Rooyen and Natium Samanga in the reverse of what I've just said. We'll start on the front row. Nati on pole, Michael in second, Saud in third, ahead of Anthony Pretorius. So it's Toyotas 1, 2, 3 and 4 ahead of the 2 BMWs. Andrew Schofield and Robert Volk. In fact, I beg your pardon, it's the other way around. Andrew Schofield is just ahead of Anthony Pretorius. So as I said, maybe a little bit of tactics coming into play there from Gazoo Racing to ensure that they got their cars back on track in time, have enough time to fix them, and also get them to the front 3 positions of the grid with the reverse grid for race 2. The Campos boys will be looking to fight hard again. They will line up just behind Jonathan Machotsi, Brad Liebenberg and Charles Visser though. Keegan being the first of the 2, Tate Bishop just alongside Jason. And also it's a rolling start, remember, so they've still got a warm-up lap behind the safety car at Ronnie's Motors AMG. Bit of word in the ear there from Big Chris Pretorius, Anthony's brother there. I think he's helping Nati out this weekend. A couple of guys running back to cars on the grid just to do final checks and make sure everything's okay before we roll off. So we've got 2, 4, 6, 7. Am I right? No, 6. 6 of the touring cars back on track. Then a gap down to... Who is that Julian van der Walt that's joined them? There's 7 cars there. Paulie, am I seeing things there on that aerial shot correctly? It's in the shadow, so that's why I'm just a bit concerned. But is that the GTI back on track? Wow, that's an incredible job there from WCT if they did that. That car looked a little worse for wear, and if they've gone and found all the black, blue and grey duct tape in East London and a couple of zip ties, that is a magnificent job from Stuart and the team to get that car back on track. So I take back what I said earlier on. Stewie, amazing job, buddy, getting that GTI back onto the circuit. It must have been all hands on deck to get Jules back on track. So there we go, he's there. I can see 7 cars, so I have to assume it's him because there's no other cars in this pack. And they're about to roll off for the rolling start. And the inverted grid. It sees Natium Samanga on pole. Simanga's on the inside line, which is not the ideal line to be on, although there is sort of 2 lines down the main straightaway now. But the outside line is slightly dirty. It gives you a little bit more grip on a rolling start, and that's what Michael van Rooyen will look to try and take advantage of if he can. Pretorius will be looking to try and get that Corolla of his through the pack of stablemates out front. Machotsi, Liebenberg, Visser, Campos, Bishop, Campos, Saad Variawa, Davide Franco. Really fighting hard there in that big pack of Super Cup cars, along with Dean Fenter, along with the Calix car of our only lady driver in this category there, Cara Hill. Nicky Vastanis in that pack as well. He had a great start and good run in race number 1, getting onto the second pack of the Cup category cars and was fighting hard and eventually bridged the gap. Oh, okay, maybe not. That's the GTI slowing down towards turn 2. So whatever they did to try and get that car remedied and fixed, it doesn't look like it's worked. And Julian van der Walt is now just freewheeling down towards Cochabana. The scene of the crime, basically. You can see there's bits and pieces missing off that car, which they've just sacrificed to try and get him back onto the track, but it doesn't look like it's worked out. Such a pity. But once again, valiant effort from Stewie and the team at WCT. They prepped both of the BMWs as well for the InvestChem Chemicals Solutions team and Safair team. So they would have had 3 cars to prep, but they would have probably put the majority of their efforts into trying to get Julian's car fixed and back on track. They got it there. They got it there for the first lap. But it doesn't look like it's held. Whatever the issue is now seems to be a bit of an issue. So will they slow that safety car down? In fact, the safety car stayed out. That's what I thought. They're going to start the race under safety car. They will start, otherwise there's a start delayed board, okay? So they're going to have a start delayed. So they're going to roll them to the line and stop. That's what I would say. Or they're going to start under safety car. I would assume they start under safety car. That would be the normal situation. Because the safety car has stayed out. I don't think Makotsi realizes that, and he's looking down the line and seeing the other cars weaving. So I assume he will also realize that they're now under a safety car scenario, although there's no safety car boards out. That's why I'm asking the question whether that start would be under safety car or not. I think they're giving Julian van der Walt a chance to get out of harm's way under his own steam before they start the race. And he's not going to get out of harm's way. He's stuck at rifle. So Marshall's running across. Going to try and get Julian out of the way. Not quite sure where they're going to put him though, because it's still a long way down to Cochabana from there. Doesn't look like a long way when you're in a car and when you're at full tilt. But if you're pushing a GTI 8 race car from there to Cochabana, that is a huge long way to go. And that safety car is going to stay out. So we haven't officially engaged race start yet, because the laps would tick off if we had. And we'll wait and see if that's the case when they come round to complete this lap under the safety car, and is the race actually started or not. I can't tell you. I don't have any communication with race control, but I would have assumed that they would have started under safety car because it stayed out on the start lap. Thanks, Paulie, getting my ear there. Looks like they might red flag this one and restart it. There you go. Okay, that's the call. Red flag and restart the race. It's not a bad option. All of these cars have got comms, so they will be telling their drivers exactly what's happening. So we're going to have to do it all over again. Did I give it the commentator's curse there, Paulie? By saying we're going to look for some mayhem. Well, was it just me? I think I may have. So bring them back to the line them up again, clear that GTI, and then we can go racing. Don't think anybody will be allowed onto the grid at this point, other than our COC. Thank you for that. So it looks like they're going to reduce the laps down to 8. But that's the reason why we have stopped the race. A valiant effort from the WCT team to get the GTI back on track. Only lasted for a lap and that far to rifle for Julian van der Walt. After that car rolled in Cochabana in race 1. COC making his way down there with the number 8 in his hand, just to tell the drivers that it's now an 8-lapper, no longer 10. CSC just running across to Saud Variao as well. Seems there's a bit of concern there from him. Keep an eye on that, see if there's anything that transpires from that. They're battling to get that car off the track by the sounds of things. I've got one of our officials walking past my commentary booth right now, and I can just over here on the radio saying please just clear the car at turn 2. As I said, not as easily done when you've only got 2 or 3 sets of hands there. To push that car into a safe position at rifle range means you've got to push it all the way around and back down to Cochabana. That would be the ideal place to get the car out of harm's way. I might even need to bring in a recovery vehicle to help with the removal of that car. Oh, right on cue. So get some things right, Paul, not everything. Well, just one thing you can say about this track, it's arguably one of the most picturesque circuits in the world if you watch in the background while we're waiting for them to clear that car. Saud Variao with some problems on the grid there by the looks of it as well, bonnet open. Just a double check on something underneath the bonnet there for Variao's team.
What do you say, Gus? I see you've upgraded, eh? I see you've upgraded.
Looks like they might be doing something similar to Michael's car as well. Bit of additional duct tape being put onto Michael's car. Right, so they've got that car hooked up now to recovery 1. Let's see if we can get it down into Cochabana and off the circuit. And then we can go racing. It's amazing to see how that almost pristine clear shot has now changed slightly, with a couple of guys driving off from Rifle and Potters to go home, and the dust from the road just coming straight across the track. It's also a concern for the traction, because that looks like an Apocalypse Now or Mad Max scene as they come down to Copacabana. Oh, well, Marshall's okay. She just fell out the truck there. Making her way back to her position. She, of course, ran up from Copacabana to assist with that. Well done, young lady. Always got to take our hats off to the marshals and medics that are on the tracks all around the country. Most of them are volunteers, and of course they come here under their own steam to come and assist with all the race day action. And without them, we can't go racing. So chance now to thank them for their dedication and the work that they put in. Our medical team as well for all of the effort that they put in if they needed. Border towing for the assistance with the flatbeds. Martin and the Van Zimmerman family. And it looks like we've got a little bit of traffic jam here. Is it 5 o'clock? It is. Paul, we're right on time for the 5 o'clock traffic jam, but should we just go to the news and to the traffic quickly before we cross to the race action? Looks like we're almost good to go. I think we're just waiting to get confirmation from Recovery 1 as to where that car has been parked and if it is in a safe place. Engine starting up, that's a good sign. Just going to wait for the AMG to roll off. Okay, so they've recovered that car to the kart circuit of Julian van der Wats, so that'll be in a safe place, we hope. There it is. So that's the clearest shot we've had all day there, Paul. Who is this cameraman down there? But it's also the good light that he's got to play with right now down there. You can see even through that helmet, Julian van der Walt is not happy. After coming off a race win only a couple of weekends ago in race number 1 at Volkswagen's home circuit in the GTR, he came into this round pretty fired up. And it hasn't quite gone according to plan. So literally from hero to zero there. Lights ablaze on the Cup cars as well as Mahotsi leads them down towards turn 1 under the safety car scenario. There's going to be a lot of weaving now with these cars to try and get some heat in. In the Cup cars, watch for the slightly more erratic weaving due to the fact that a lot of the guys have mentioned it to me on numerous occasions, they battle to get the heat into the rear tires. And of course, that's what you need when you're going through fast right-hand sweeps. The balance is under acceleration through those sweeps, so of course the weight is on the rear, and you need to have the traction available. So heat is important on those back tires, and that's why you see them even more erratic in their weaving from side to side to try and get the heat into the back tires more than in the front ones. Always an easy thing to do when you're on a cool circuit, and there's lots of shadows around the track right now as well, so you've got to try and get it done where there's some sunlight, where there's still a bit of heat in the track and in the surface as well. Looks like Andrew Kardashian there. helping with the removal of Julian van der Walt off the circuit with the Recovery 1 vehicle. His team have had a fantastic weekend, and hats off as well to the entire Border Motorsport Club for providing us with a great platform to come and play on. And to all the crowds. Oh, we've had a great crowd here today. You can see a little less there up on the sideline to what we saw earlier on, but they've still stuck around. There's a lot of guys who have stuck around here to see the final 2 races of the day. So that Ronnie's Motors Mercedes-Benz AMG A-Class moves into pit lane. Hands the duties now to Natyam Samanga for an 8-lap sprint race for South African touring cars, round 5. Waiting for the, we haven't got lights, we're going with the flag start as well. Yeah, flag start. Flag start, and away they go. Down towards turn 1. All 6 cars fighting hard for honours here. They come up for the second start of the Cup category. It's Machotsi on pole. We stand by for the start of the Cup class as they roll down here with the drone. It's Gazoo Racing 1, 2 and 3. Pretorius up in the 4th place in the Lee Thompson Racing Toyota Corolla. As they come through there, Brad Liebenberg losing out 1 position as they fly into Potters for the first time, and I think it might have been Visser who squeezed him out. Yes, it was. So Machotsi and Visser formation flying there for Team Volkswagen. It is the Volkswagen Genuine Parts car out front of Jonathan Machotsi, followed by Visser in the Astron Energy car. And Gazoo Racing, it is Marco van Rooyen from Natyam Samanga, from Saud Variawa, Anthony Pretorius for Lee Thompson Racing, then the Fly Sapphire car of Schofield just ahead of his teammate. That's how it comes out of the complex for the first time. Waiting now to see what's going to happen here with the rest of the pack coming into the complex. We stand by to see Jonathan Machotsi leading his teammate out. As they come up towards Beacon, it's inside line from Robert Volk, diving through and finding a way through on his teammate there, Andrew Schofield. Schofield tucks in behind him. I'll try and use Rob to bring him up to the battle there with the Toyotas out front. Marco van Rooyen sets the early pace, 1:27.7 there from the Gazoo Racing man. The Rustenburg Rocket is going to try and capitalize on the tactics that you can use to get that reverse grid pole position. He wasn't on pole, he was second, but he now leads the race as they complete the first lap. Flying down towards turn 1 on our aerial shot here from the drone. We need to get a bit of a racing. He's battling to stay with the pace of these Super Cup cars. But Marco van Rooyen leads out over Natyam Samanga, Saud Variawa, Anthony Pretorius and Robert Volk. Schofield down to 6th. In fact, Saud Variawa down to 6th. Schofield up to 5th as Variawa drops to the back of the pack again. His nightmare season of trying to retain that number 1 plate continues. Cup class onto the beach straight. And push to pass being used by Machotsi to try and get away from Visser. Visser putting pressure onto his teammate. Bit of pressure coming from Brad Liebenberg on Keegan Campos as well as they come into the complex through Butts Bend. Angry Racing's Tate Bishop on the tailpiece as well as Brad just puts a wheel on that inside curb. Huge moment there for Brad Liebenberg as he just tagged the inside curb with that Dunlop and kicked up a bit of dust straight into Tate Bishop's face in the Angry Racing and War Racing machine. And you see Robert Volk able to close that gap down on Pretorius. Can Anthony Pretorius maybe catch the 2 Gazoo Racing Corollas out front? It's Volkswagen Racing formation flying. Toyota Gazoo Racing formation flying at the front end of touring cars. Front end of the Cup, it's the 2 Volkswagen GTI Polos from Volkswagen Motorsport that are doing exactly what I just said. So Van Rooyen ahead of Natyam Samanga. Anthony Pretorius still hanging on for 3rd. And the 2 BMWs not quite there just yet. Pretorius moving to Lee Thompson Racing. And slowly but surely has become a big threat in this championship. That's why Robert Volk is trying so hard to close him down. Natyam Samanga is under attack. They come out of the sweep and up the hill towards Beacon. And that Corolla in third is closing down on the Gazoo Racing man in second. Pitching into Beacon out on the exit now. Climb on the loud pedal. Who goes push to pass? No one at this stage. Watch the shot as they come through here. Sun setting in the background. And the Gazoo Racing squad lead things out in the touring cars. So we literally got Gazoo Racing 1 and 2, Lee Thompson Racing in third, and WCT in 4 and 5. Volkswagen Motorsport still continue to dominate at the front end of the Cup class with Campos now up into third. A little bit of a lock-up on the brakes there from Tate Bishop as he trying to get onto the back end of Brad Liebenberg. Trying to find a way through there on the starlet. The second starlet of Saad Variawa actually is a lot higher than what he's been as well. Tucked in behind Jason Campos, so they've definitely sorted out Saad's problems on that car. And he's now in the running for potentially even a top 5. There's still quite a way to go. We're just over the halfway stage. We're about to come to the halfway stage, I should say. And this is an 8-lapper, not the 10 originally on the program. Coming out of Apocalypse now. Down into this bottom sunsetted corner. Camera just picking up on silhouettes as it comes down, and then eventually we get to see who they are as they peel it into the right-hander. Volk is closing. But because Natim Samanga's concertinaed the field up. Pretorius has caught him, and now Volk has caught Pretorius. And they're both looking to pounce, and it's possibly a good time for Anthony Pretorius to go and get this job done. Give himself some breathing room and put Natim Samanga between himself and Robert Volk. It's a fantastic drive once again from Nicky Vistanis, one of the best we've seen from him all season long. He's now squeezed ahead of Saad Variawa, so a bit of a change up between those two. It's 4, 7 and 8, or 8th and 9th place on the track there between Variawa and Vistanis. Vistanis is actually closing in on Campos. So Jason Campos in the turn 1 car being closed down pretty rapidly by Nicky Vistanis and bringing along for the ride both Saad Variawa and Davide Franco. Calyx car of Cara Hill further back in that pack, not quite as close to what she was earlier on in race number 1. Speaking of close, it's getting real close now because it is Robert Volk hunting down Pretorius and Msamanga. Pretorius goes defensive. Nati takes that inside line. Compromises his drive slightly out of Beacon. Watch for the drive now coming out of Pretorius. Trying to get the hammer down early. Does he go push to pass? Can he use one now? He's going to keep one for later. No, he's going to use the slipstream of Nati rather. He's in that slipstream now of Nati Msamanga. But Robert Volk is in his as well, so he could get a possible double slipstream there from Volk. As we go back to the Cup class, heading into the complex. Campos out of shape. Ooh, well held. Keegan Campos, lucky to survive that one. Backhand stepped out on him there, and he was able to catch it just as they head towards the right-hand sweep. He's pushing that hard to try and close down on the two Volkswagen boys out front. Toyota Starlet there of Brad Liebenberg, the Sparko and Liebenberg Racing Machine. Up ahead of that Angry War Racing Machine of Tate Bishops. Another lap completed for the Cup class. 3 to go. Jason Campos, Nicky Vistanis, a little bit closer there from Vistanis' point of view. Here comes Nati. Has Michael van Rooyen got a problem? Van Rooyen has slowed up dramatically here, and Nati's caught him. Natim Samanga now closes in on his teammate. We've got a 4-way fight for the lead. What has gone wrong there with Michael van Rooyen? He slowed up a huge amount. He's managing just to hang on for now, but he must have made a mistake somewhere for them to close him down that quickly. Here they come onto the main straight again. 2 laps to go. Van Rooyen, Msamanga, Pretorius, and Volk. You could hardly see the cars behind at one point there. It looked like one car. But the steam train heading towards turn 1, Potter's Pass, led out by Van Rooyen, the Rustenburg Rocket. Over Natim Samanga. Samanga putting the pressure onto his teammate. He's going to have a look here. Is he close enough? He might be. Nati's on the inside of Kookaburra. And he's going to look on the inside of Kookaburra. Can he make it stick? No, he can't. Oh, just had a big look there going into Kookaburra corner. Didn't quite make it stick. But certainly a big move on there. And nearly squeezing through on Michael van Rooyen. Van Rooyen hangs on. He's got a lap and a half to go. He's got some traffic. They're coming up on the back end of Roberto Franco. The master in the cup class, the only master yet today. Darren Goodmans would have joined him had they got that car sorted out. Unfortunately, they couldn't quite get the Superfoods car sorted in time, and the gearbox issue that Darren had. But I'm sure he'll be back by the time we get to Cape Town. He wants to come and play with the Masters class. And hopefully we'll also have Team Perfect Circle joining us there too. Push to pass coming from Franco. I'm not quite sure he was worried about the cars behind him. That's why he went push to pass. Looking at that big pack closing him down. The cup class into the complex. No changes here between these three. Possible change up coming from Tate Bishop on Brad Liebenberg, but Liebenberg in the Starlet is making that car very wide. Here comes Nati once again to Kookaburra. This time he's not close enough. He tucks right underneath that rear wing of Michael van Rooyen as he comes out of Kookaburra. Oh, little issue here by the looks of it. Yes, Davide Franco has come together by the looks of it there with the Calix car, or maybe just had an issue and the two of them had to back out of it. So Cara Hill and Dean Fenter having to roll off slightly there into the complex as the cup class starts their final lap. Formation flying for Gazoo Racing, heading towards the line. Could possibly be formation flying for Volkswagen Racing as well. I don't think Volk is close enough, but you never know. Robert Volk is very late on the brakes. If Pretorius doesn't go defensive, he could lose this out. He goes defensive. He cuts right across the line. He knows he can probably out-drag the BMW to the finish line. No one is going to out-drag Michael van Rooyen though. Van Rooyen going from second on the grid, beating the pole man, his teammate Natium Samanga, to the checkered flag, and wins out race 2 for the South African touring cars. Third place to Pretorius, Volk on his tail. Then Schofield for the top 5. Davide Franco comes across the line there. He, of course, is the backmarker winning the Masters category. Let's get back to that battle for the Cup class. They're into the complex. Mahotsi continues to lead things out. Visser in second. Campos in third place, still should remain, if my calculations are right, at the front end of the championship, despite only finishing down in third place. You can see Wix Filters on the right-hand side there. Big welcome to them as part of this the sponsorship of this category now. They've joined us in the heat of battle. And what a great one it's been. Once again, Mahotsi, he will take the double today. Comes across the line, beating his teammate Charles Visser and Keegan Campos. And behind that, they roll through. With Tate Bishop getting through on Brad Liebenberg in the closing stages. Here's a move from Cara Hill as well. Up the inside, Cara looking for a chance on Dean Fenter. The Calix car side by side with Fenter to the line, but I think Fenter might have got a slightly better drive out of Beacon, or has he? No, he hasn't. Calix wins out. Cara Hill beats Dean Fenter to the line. Behind that, Davide Franco and Roberto Franco will be right at the back. So let's just try and catch our breath here and see how things turned out. It's Michael van Rooyen from Natium Samanga, Anthony Pretorius, Toyotas 1, 2, 3, BMW 4 and 5. As they come into the pit lane complex at the top of Beacon. Big flame out of the side of that Lee Thompson Racing Toyota Corolla of Anthony Pretorius. He'll be happy with that podium. It's going to bring him into the championship hunt, that is for sure. After the phenomenal round he had in PE, he's had another great round here at the Eastern Cape Circuit of East London. And then we go down to Mahotsi taking a double victory ahead of Charles Visser. And then it was Keegan Campos, Tate Bishop, and Brad Liebenberg making up the top 5. Just behind him though, not too far off. Got to take my hat off to Nicky Vistanos for his best outing in the Super Cup class so far. So that wraps up our championship battle here at the East London Grand Prix circuit. The next round of this championship makes its way to Killarney, and that is going to be open warfare again. 20 and 21 September sees the penultimate round of the Extreme Festival making its way to the mother city. And that, of course, will be one that you definitely don't want to miss on our live stream coverage. Look at this. So the apocalypse now has turned into one of the most awesome sunsets you can see in the world. But there's still one more race to be decided, and that is Toyota Gazoo Racing SA Cup. We'll be back shortly as soon as they're on track. The final race of the day is on track now as they roll round on their warm-up lap. It's Toyota Gazoo Racing SA Cup, incorporating the 86 League, our development drivers out front, and then the battle royal that always ensues between our media and dealer team competitors that are all fighting hard and looking for a chance to finish up the day's racing at the top end of each of the classes here for Toyota Gazoo Racing. Sean Nurse just losing out to Devon Scott in the closing stages of race number 1 there for that battle between the Corollas and the Yaris's. But certainly will be looking to turn his luck around as he starts once again from pole ahead of Devon Scott. Alex Shahini moves up ahead of Mario D'Souza, and Theo Brits also moving up slightly in the standings for the second start. It's Darby van der Merwe who will start from pole position in the 86 League. Ryan Nyka will be alongside him. And it's Dylan Praji and Ken Swartz ahead of Sachaba Mashigo and Nico Severis in the 86 League as they roll around now to take up their positions. '86s with 180 kilowatts of power to play with, rear-wheel drive, boxer engines in those cars. Behind that, they've got a 221 kilowatt Corolla and a 200 kilowatt Yaris closing them down. Usually, they're able to stay out front in the 8 laps that are allocated. potentially could do that today. We did see in the closing stages of race 1 though, but that was due to some incidents, the back end being caught. So Sichaba and Nico will have to be very wary. So we're under starters orders. Have we got a clear track ahead of us? Yes, we do. I hear that Mercedes-Benz flying down towards Potters. And about to roll the 86 League down towards Potters. Led out by race 1 winner Davy van der Merwe. Race 1 pole position man was, of course, Dylan Pragi. He's now down in the second row. So the man from Bulawayo will certainly have to do a little bit more harder work to get through on Ryan Nike and pole man Davy van der Merwe. He held Davy off for a while. It was actually an impressive drive there in the first heat from Dylan. Let's see what he can do now from third place. Sean Nurse, and a big fight expected between him and Devon Scott. Devon just outgunning Nurse to the line. Alex Shahini starting from a slightly higher position. He'll be feeling a little bit more confident from there, I'm sure. But he'll have Mario D'Souza alongside him. So it's literally Corolla, Yaris, Corolla, Yaris, Corolla, Yaris. An even spread on those first 3 rows of the grid. Sean playing a little bit of mind games here. Holding up really early in the lap. Yeah, maybe he wants to keep that gap a bit bigger than it was earlier on so he doesn't catch the back of the 86's Paulie. I hear you in my ear. That's not a bad thought, because he doesn't want to be involved in that, and it's going to cost him, because I think the traffic actually cost him the race in race 1. So it's good tactics there from the Auto Trader man. Trying to keep that gap a bit bigger than what it is. It was in the first heat, I should say. If you've just joined us, you'll see the stricken car there of Julian van der Walt, rolled in the first heat, fixed and repaired to the best of their abilities by WCT, but unfortunately didn't make it round the warm-up lap in race 2 of the touring cars that have just finished up. So a bit of work to do for that team to get it ready for Cape Town. Enough time though, that's for sure. The car's now starting to speed up ever so slightly. The Mercedes makes its way off the circuit to hand the track to Toyota Gazoo Racing SA Cup, driven by Netstar. So Davy will set the pace. It's a flag start. See that MSA flag being held up by a starter. 8 laps of action coming away now for the 86 League. They will start things out. And the flag about to drop. Here we go. Second pack. A little bit of a bigger gap. Exactly what Sean Nurse wanted, I'm sure. He will hold and control from this point on. And head down towards turn 1. Yo! Devon Scott, I think, might have got a jump start there, to be honest. But that's just my call. Wait and see what the COC has to say about that. You have to be behind the car, leading things out as you cross the line, is the rule. But, yeah, I don't know if that was right. Let's see whether or not that's the case. Although, I don't see Sean Nurse, so maybe I'm wrong. That was Alex Shahini that was in second place there, and Sean Nurse has gone missing. Did he go into pit lane? There's a good possibility that Sean Nurse might not have started this race. And as I look through the pack there, I don't see the green, Hulk green livery on that Gazoo Racing Corolla. Here they come into the complex. Davy pulling away, a little bit of a gap now over second place Ryan Nike. And there are cars. It is Sean Nurse right at the back of the pack. Look at that. Nurse has got a problem on that car. Can you believe it? That's turned out to be completely the wrong way that he wanted this to go. So apologies there. It wasn't a jump start. Devon Scott inherited pole position. So he had every right to get going. And a fantastic start there from him as he got away. And Brendan Kelly's jumping in there. Thanks again for the help there, boy. Good job upstairs today as well. Giving us live PA there on 100.3 FM. Could be on cars. Sitting third in the media challenge. That'll be about 7th on the road as they cross the line and complete another lap. Devon Scott ahead of Shahini, D'Souza, Brits, Anant Patha, and then Kumbi Nchikazi. Fastest man on track at the moment, Devon Scott, 1 minute 40.54. So a nice run there from him. Cameras are going to battle a little bit here, so we do apologize. The light is fading fast, and we will try and give you the best coverage we can, as we always do. But with this late light and the sun dipping out of the sky completely now, it means our camera teams are going to work twice as hard. This one's having a fantastic time because, as you can see there, he's been joined now by Sean Nurse in the complex. As Davy van der Merwe continues to lead out over Nika. Praji and Sachapa Mashiga up in the 4th place. Praji cutting back slightly. They get a little bit of a drift going on there as he came out of Cox Corner. Now onto the sweep, looking to try and close that gap down and maybe have a go here in the braking. Shahini leads out the second pack. He leads the mid-media. D'Souza leads the Yaris Cup ahead of Theo Brits. And further back from that, we'll have to wait and see who that is. I think it possibly may be Jaco van der Merwe. Yeah. No, van der Merwe, of course, is in the media channel. We'll find out who that third Yaris is now as they cross the line and complete the second lap in anger. Still 6 to go. Just run through as they cross the line. The Devon Scott leading the media challenge ahead of Alex Sheeny, the media and dealer team challenge. But if we look at exactly how they line up in their classes, 1, 2 and 3 in the 86 league is Davy van der Merwe, Ryan Nika and Dylan Praji as they come down towards Copacabana. Devon Scott leads out of Amari D'Souza and Theo Brits. And then it is Alex Shahini, Anand Patha and Kumbi Nchikazi in the media Corollas. That's Hannes Visser who's parked on the sideline, so it's not Sean Nurse who had the problem at the back of the pack. It was Hannes. Nurse had a problem right at the start though, and I think he pulled into pit lane. I did see a car with lights ablaze sort of pulling off the circuit, and I think it might have been Sean Nurse whose day ended before it even started here in race number 2. This could potentially be Alex Shahini's first win in the media challenge, if he can stay ahead there of Anant and Kumbi. Another lap down for Davy van der Merwe. He was fastest on the last pass and possibly going to still be quickest, other than maybe Devon Scott, who might outgun him in terms of lap times. Theo Brits there in the NMI Toyota, coming through shot. Remember the idea of the Yaris's and Corollas. The Corollas have got the media competitors, so guys that have come from the likes of Car Magazine there with Alex Shahini. We saw, of course, Latviel's Hannes Visser on the sideline. Anand Patha out there as well, and Kumbi Nchikazi for Kumbi on Cars. They run the media challenge in those Corollas. But the Yaris's out there, of course, are the dealers and salespeople that sell these cars and the GR product, and getting a chance to participate in those cars as well, to basically say, you know, what wins on Saturday sells on Monday. And hopefully that's the case, because this project that Toyota put together with Gazoo Racing Cup SA is turning into a very successful one. Kind of following suit as to what Gazoo Racing do all around the world in any format of motorsport that they want to play in. Also saw throughout the weekend, well, that had to happen at some point. Ryan Naka and Dylan Pragi coming together. There might have been a little tag from behind there from Naka's point of view that spun Pragi out, but it's given Sachaba Machigo a chance now up into second. And Nico Zafiris up to third. So Naka and Pragi dropping down to 4 and 5 because of that little tag they had coming out of Beacon. Toyota Motors, Toyota Roller, Toyota, all the dealers involved here. Let's have a look at that incident up into Beacon. We've just caught the end of it. But yeah, definitely a little tag there as Dylan Pragi comes nose to nose basically with Ryan Naka. He gets on the loud pedal, spins that car around rapidly and heads off back into the battlefield to fight again with Ryan Naka. But the two of them are now dropped off the pack of 3 cars out front. Davy van der Merwe, clean and clear out front. Sachaba Machigo, the winner of the 86 League last year when the media teams were in those 86s, is now in second place. But he's got pressure. There you can see it coming in the form of Nico Zafiris. So Zafiris trying to close down there on the 777 car of Machigo. That's for second. We'll see possibly the gap here. Watch for the shot coming, or the car coming through shot. There he goes. That's your leader, Davy van der Merwe, and he's going to have, he's about to start his last lap. So about to start the last lap there for our lead car. Or is it 2 to go? No, it's 1 to go. The board hasn't changed. But definitely 1 to go on my timing monitor. Porty, can you confirm that for me as well? Okay, so there we go. A little bit of a change up there as well. Maybe a little bit of a shortened version of this race action, because it was supposed to be an 8-lapper. And it looks like we're going for 6. So here we go down towards Rifle for second. The lead car is down to Kokabana. That's Davy van der Merwe. He's already onto the beach straight away. There comes second and third in the background. You can see from our long shot here, this camera's up on the tower above me, on the main control tower, and zoomed in to within an inch of its life to give us these shots on that beach straight away. Cameraman of the day here, Paul, has to be this guy. Yes, I know he's got the best light to play with, but hey, clear shots. Really nicely done here as they go through the complex for the last time, and Davy van der Merwe heads up the hill and off to another victory in the Gazoo Racing Yaris League. 86 League, I beg your pardon. Got to try and remember all these leagues and cups and things. It's this time of the day, it can be just a slip of the tongue. So it's Davy van der Merwe who comes out of Beacon for the last time. No, it's not. It's for the penultimate time. Because there it is, 1 lap to go now. Although my timing monitor says the race is done. Okay, so we're going to go for 1 more lap, according to that man who's put the last lap board out. So we'll go with him, because he's kind of got the idea of how things are supposed to be working. Shahini's closed down on the back end of Devon Scott in the closing stages. That's pretty awesome to see too. No, he hasn't. He's closed down on Mario de Souza. Devon Scott's still up the road on the back end of those 2 86s. So that's second and third heading towards Kokabana. That's 3, 4, and 5th place on the road is now Devon Scott. 6th place on the road, but leading things out comfortably over the Yaris and Corollas. So van der Merwe, Machigo, Zafiris, Pragi, Naka are your top 5 in the 86 League. Devon Scott leads out ahead of Mario de Souza and Theo Brits for the Yarises. Then it'll be Shahini ahead of Patha and Kubi Nchikazi for the Media Challenge. This time it's Davy into Beacon for the last time. Is the checkered flag waiting? Yes, it is. There we go. Let's wrap up a phenomenal day's racing with Davy van der Merwe taking another victory in the 86 League for Toyota Gazoo Racing SA Cup, driven by Netstar. As Pragi will stay ahead of Nika, but more importantly, is there a change-up? Yes, there is. So Sachaba Mashiga beats Nico Severis. Is Pragi through? Yes, he has got through and beats Ryan Nika to the line. So for 4 and 5, it's Pragi and Ryan Nika. Devon Scott winning out the Yaris Challenge. The Yaris Cup goes to Devon. He finishes up ahead of Mario D'Souza, who finishes in second. Shahini wins out the media class. Lights ablaze there for Anant, I think. And then Chikazi, just staying ahead of a fantastic finish to the day's racing. Wow, okay, let's just catch our breath there quickly, shall we? So Darby Fanamavis, Chaba Mashiga, Nico Seferis, Pragi and Nika, the top 5 in the 86s. The battle between the Corollas and Yaris is won out by Devon Scott again, so he takes a double victory today. Mario D'Souza will come through for second and Theo Brits for third. And it was Alex Shahini for Car Magazine taking his first win here at the East London Grand Prix circuit. And yeah, we're definitely going to have a chat with him for the post-production show that'll be out in probably about 3 weeks time or so on Ignition TV. Hats off to all the marshals and medics again, and thank you to our race control for a well-controlled day considering all of the incidents we've had and all of the time delays we have had as well. Stand by for Extreme Festival action, of course, coming from Killarney in 2 weeks time as we go down to the Killarney International Raceway for the regional championship. And then in 2 weeks from that, we go back to Cape Town for the penultimate round of the National Killarney, the National Extreme Festival. So fun, fun, fun. It's incredible stuff as always on the Extreme Festival, and the race action today has been top draw. It always is here at the East London Grand Prix circuit, and hats off to the entire team for preparing a great circuit, to all the sponsors and competitors for the entertainment provided, to all the fans here at the track and around the world watching us on our live stream. We really do appreciate your support. Please, as we always say, go and like and share this post and tell all the people about what we're doing at Extreme Festival of Motoring. From myself, Greg Maloney, the voice of choice. Take care then. Bye-bye now.